Yeah. Hello. Hello. What? Hello. How are you all? Congrats on the banger, sweetie. Dude, I didn't even expect it to go crazy. I don't know what happened. I really don't. I really don't. We had some follows. Hold on. Thank you, paper bag. Vampire Valkyrie, Galactic Gamer, and Zeroic Wawa, I think. Thanks for the follows, dudes. Welcome on. It is true. I did have a tweet blow up yesterday. Last night. In 16 hours, it has amassed 35k likes, which is crazy. What am I eating? I'm eating sugar cookie. I have 2. Thanks for the follow, paperback. Oh, now I'm emo. Shit. Now I'm emo as hell. But yeah, if you're here from that tweet, welcome in. If you're not, welcome back. If you don't know who I am, I'm Atlas, which you should probably be able to read. And yeah. Not much has changed in the last 24 hours since I've been offline. In fact, it's been less than 24 hours. It's been about 12. But yeah. Maybe not 12. Maybe more like 15 or something. Anyway, I said yesterday I might play Monster Hunter today. I lied. I'm a big fat liar. I'm drawing, bitch. I'm drawing today, bitch. It's art today, bitch. I know. I'm sorry. Mods, can we pin the message about next week, please? Are you drawing Raving in a bunny suit today? Maybe. If I feel like it. Perhaps. What's up? Ugh. Woo! Ugh. Oh, man. You know, I laid down for like 5 or 10 minutes before the stream because I had to get my shit done, and then I had to get the promo image done. I'm fucking freezing. I'm fucking freezing, dude. It's like not summer quite, but like nearly summer. When is summer? It's in June. Never mind. It's not nearly summer. It's spring, but I'm fucking freezing. Which is funny because at my job, I was fucking, at my job, I was motherfucking hot as shit because the AC is broken at my job. I fucking love this song. Woo, 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 woo. For those who are new here, or for those who just didn't know, next week I will be on the front page of Twitch. Wow. Isn't that crazy? On the front page of Twitch, we will be redrawing and talking about art and other shit. Honestly, it told me on the forum, like, oh, you should plan like a really special stream or something, but I didn't fucking feel like doing that. So, we're gonna see how it goes. What else? Oh yeah. Merch. Do you want merch? Exclamation point merch. That's always nice. I had leftovers still, I think. I think there's still merch left over, I think. I don't know. There is, yeah, there should be. I don't think anybody's gotten anything in the interim. Yeah, we still got stuff. The only thing that's out of stock is the Avery charm, but everything else is, which, that feels nice. But everything else is still in stock. We got a shit ton of burger stickers. We got a shit ton of fucking rock out stickers. We got paper standee. Wow. I drew some of the shit on the thing. If you don't want merch that I drew, well, go fuck your mom. But if you would like merch, just not the kind that I drew, there's also some of that too. There's a desk mat and a charm, and there's another sticker. Oh, hey, I heard you got to meet some big art celebs. How was it? Well, it's not like I met them all at the same time. I met several different people over the course of becoming a VTuber, which has been, the barber done fucked me up. Oh no. I've met several art like popular people in the art community over the course of being a VTuber and also just being online, but mostly being a VTuber. Nobody looked at me until I put on the mask. Ha. Please fuck my mom. She's been lonely since dad died. I don't like women with baggage. Fuck you. Rip my mom. I thought you said your dad died. But yeah, I've met a lot of people over the course of several years, or at least how long have I been doing this? Like almost 3 years. That has led to a lot of really interesting opportunities and a lot of really interesting moments where I get to talk to people that I have looked up to for a long time. And that kind of culminated when I was able to speak to Rubber Ross, because I was talking about it yesterday. When I was younger, I would watch his content with the Game Grumps, and I would always want to be like them. And now I'm talking to one of them, which is crazy. Makes OCs with baggage approaching critical mass. Yeah, they're not real though, so. But yeah, it's just me kind of reflecting on the stuff that I've been doing in the past couple of years,
Also, any familiarity with Pepperan?
No, I don't know who that is. Elm Jack 6, thanks for the follow. Atlas on my lunch break. Hello, welcome to your lunch break. It is I, Atlas. I grew up on Rebecca Parham. Oh, yes. Okay, I didn't remember her name, but I do remember this art style. Hello. Who's Pepper Ann? Hold on. Oh, I've also seen this art style, but I didn't know this fucking... I didn't know this. I did not watch this because this... First episode in 1997, final episode in 2001. 2000. No wonder I never watched it. I was born in 2001. But that does look very cute. I will watch it when I can. I've been looking for like cute little cartoons to fill time with. Did you watch The Towers Fall? No, that also predated me. I saw it mentioned the other day, but I'm not sure why Storytime YouTubers never did 3D animation. A lot less time consuming. I think the easy answer is that Storytime animators did not have the passion for 3D animation that they did for regular Storytime. King G Doria? I don't know. The King Ghidorah. Thanks for the follow. Cosplaying Octodad for PAX West is gonna go crazy. So real. Actually, when is PAX West? I haven't gone to PAX in a couple of years. That's 29th of August. Do I want to do that? I'll decide this at a later date. But yeah, I feel like people didn't do 3D animation because they didn't want to. The guest list is very disappointing. Uh-oh, is it? Guests. View all guests. Holly Conrad. Oh, this is from last year. This still looks pretty lame. I don't know who any of these people are. So far, the only name I've recognized is Jackbox Games. Which con? PAX West. Just a request stream. I don't know what you mean. If you mean like song requests, you can request with channel points. If you mean like art requests, no. Steel Wool is also there. Wow. Oh my god. Last year they were supposed to have Brian Deckart from fucking Detroit Become Human, but he canceled. That's so lame. Not on the part of PAX, but on the part of fucking no, yeah, on the part of PAX. I got my thermos signed from an X-Men actress at my last Comic-Con, which was fun. I went to Comic-Con a couple of years ago, and I really wanted to go. I went to Emerald City Comic-Con, and I really wanted to get my copy of Scream signed by Matt Lilliard. But I not only forgot it, but the line for him was so fucking long. Giancarlo Esposito was supposed to be at a con near me and he canceled. I hate when that shit happens, man. It makes me so sad. I mean, obviously they have stuff going on, but god damn it. I want to say hi. I also went to Emerald City. The Vancouver one is a lot better though. I've not been to that one. I don't really go to conventions very often. I know that SoccerCon is this weekend and so is WeebCon. SoccerCon's in Seattle and WeebCon I think is in Texas. But I don't go to them very often because I usually just use them as a shopping spree. Because like I don't know what it is. Do you guys like when you go to conventions? Do you like actually sit there and watch the panels? Because the only time that I've ever sat down and watched a panel that I can remember even is when I stood in line for like 3 hours for the Iron Mouse and Sea Dog VA panel, and that was fucking hell, dude. That shit was hell. I get to shop while showing off costumes. It's literally paradise for me. I wish that I could cosplay. I don't have it in me to do that. You are under the sun too, no? Yep. There is almost no shade anywhere. And we sat out there for like 3 hours. We sat out there for like 3 hours doing a whole lot of dick nothing. And I was so depressed. I was like, man, this sucks. Fuck you, AX. Fuck. I don't know why they keep doing shit like that. I feel like if you anticipate, well, maybe nobody anticipated it, but they should have. Did you at least get to see them? I got to see like half of the panel. And I stood in line to ask a question, but they cut off questions when I was second in line. So I did get the fist bump Sea Dog VA though. That was nice. No hablo inglés. There are some panels that always interest me. The problem is I spent all my con time looking through every artist at the artist alley that I miss out on panels. Yeah. That happened to me at the Mint and Matara panel at Alfkai last year. Really? Damn. It just like, it wrapped outside around almost 2 buildings. Like, it was a really long line. If I blocked out most of it in my memory because it was so fucking lame. But I swear to God, it was like maybe half a mile long. It took so long to get inside. And it was so fucking terrible. It was so terrible. It was so hot. I hate California. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people live over in LA. I know that you guys are probably, people who live in LA and people who don't live in LA are probably tired of being like, LA fucking sucks, but LA fucking sucks. Hi, Mazu. I met Alex Brightman last year at one. Oh, I love Alex Brightman. I love his voice. Like when he's just regularly talking, I love his voice. Ooh. I had such a bizarre interaction at work today. It wasn't even like work. It was a crazy guy that was outside. There was a crazy guy that was outside, and I was like trying to get him to go away, and he was just like, I need to talk to Zeus. I'm like, Zeus. And I go back inside and I ask my coworkers, and I'm like, who is this? And he keeps telling me he wants to ask about Zeus. And my coworker's like, oh yeah, that's the guy that thinks that we're a temple of Zeus. And I'm like, what? What do you mean? And he's like, yeah, I don't know. He just thinks that we're a temple of Zeus. So he hangs out to talk to Zeus. And we're like, what the fuck? Local crackhead? Yeah, we have a couple of those. Good couple of those. He's an agent of Zeus. I think he thinks that my boss is Zeus because my boss went outside to be like, hey, can you go away? And he got on his knees and started bowing. And I really do wish that I was joking, but I'm not. I really wish that I was joking, but I wasn't. And he wouldn't fucking leave the people in the lobby alone. And we're just like, dude, we just kind of hoped that he would go away, and eventually he did. Because it's not really something that you can call the police about, I guess. Because he's not necessarily hurting anybody. He's just freaking everybody out. I wish people genuflected when I talk to them. The only reason I know what genuflected means is because because it is in the Aladdin song, Friend Like Me. Zeus is like the lamest Greek god. Why do you worship him? Isn't he like the top dog, though? What if you tell him she graduated already? Zeus. Awaken. Zeus is the kind of dude you keep satisfied so he doesn't burn down your house. I feel like Zeus is the kind of dude that you keep satisfied so he doesn't fuck your wife. And like your kid. Your adult kid. Also, something I learned today, never go retail shopping the day before Easter. Why? And your cows. He fucked cows?
Boobies.
I'm not gonna lie, I totally forgot that tomorrow is Easter. Tomorrow is 420. You come home and Zeus is in your bed as a swan going to town on your wife. I mean, like, I know that it was Easter. I know it's the Easter season, but like people today in the clinic were like leaving and being like, "Oh, happy Easter." And I'm like, "Oh, right." People think of that as like a genuine holiday and not just an excuse to draw sexy women in pinups. Easter is like the second most forgettable holiday. What is the most forgettable holiday? What is the most forgettable holiday that isn't like a bullshit holiday? Because like you could say something like Earth Day or Arbor Day or whatever, but that's not an actual holiday. I know that people want us to think that it is, but it's not. 4th of July? Okay, yeah. V-Day? I feel like V-Day is like the third worst holiday. I think that like in terms of holidays, the best holiday is Christmas or Christmas adjacent holidays. So I would say any holiday where you get a gift. So like Christmas, Hanukkah, whatever the hell else. That time of year is just my favorite time of year. And then after that, like Halloween, maybe. You know what's a nothing holiday? It's fucking Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is boring. Eat a bunch of fucking food, you fat piece of shit. Like... I made sure to keep my British sounding ass up the whole night. You know, the funny thing, when I was in California for AX, I was actually there on the 4th of July, and I would watch people set off fireworks in their garage. And it was so funny because when I lived in Georgia, like when I was a kid, when I lived in Georgia, one of my neighbors, not like an immediate neighbor, but somebody in the same neighborhood, he blasted off his arm with a bottle rocket. It wasn't a bottle rocket. It was a firework. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. But he blasted off his arm and they had to put it on ice and take him to the hospital to see if it got reattached. The whole arm, I think it got cut off. Not cut off. I think it got blasted off like, hold on, I'm looking at my arm right now. Like just before the elbow or something. It wasn't like the whole thing gone, but like the part of it that's going to be the part that would be like closest to the explosion. He didn't use dynamite, but whatever he was sold had a little bit too much kick to it. Did you see it? No, I saw a picture of the arm. But that was about it.
Repeat emoji. Did anyone here ever try a packet of marshmallow only Lucky Charms before? I had one recently.
No, I feel like eating just a thing of marshmallows from Lucky Charms is fucking pointless. Not to say that you're not to say that you are invalid for eating a thing of those, but my thing is like, I don't want a cereal that only has the parts that I like, because at that point I might as well just be eating a better version of it. I would rather have the full Lucky Charms cereal instead of just the individual marshmallows, because if I wanted the individual marshmallows, I could just go and buy actual marshmallows that don't taste like cardboard. Hello. Every step that I take is another mistake to you. I become so numb, I could feel you there. The schmallows were sweet. I feel like I don't know. I don't like them. Were you traumatized or were you like, cool? I was like, cool. I thought it was fake, but it wasn't. I looked back. My mom told me in hindsight. CM Master or C Master 6. Thanks for the follow. I've seen shit like that happen before. I've been knocked out, which I guess isn't the exact same, but I had a quiet like connection between thoughts because my Taekwondo instructor, two of her, I don't know if they were students or if they were like her friends or something, but I do remember that there were people that were wrestling on the mats, and one guy like he slipped or he moved his foot in a certain way and it tore off his toe, and my Taekwondo instructor took a picture of it. Excuse me. I couldn't just do the marshmallows and Lucky Charms. You lose something without the cereal. I agree. Twisted it off? I think so. I don't remember exactly what it was. I think it might have still been attached, but like a chunk of it was like, you know, like hanging on. You can't fucking see it. You can't see my hands. I don't know why I'm trying to show it with my hands, but I'm trying to figure out how I would describe it. It's just like, you see the top of your finger. Just imagine if like the top part of your finger was gone and it was like hanging on by like the skin, and your bone was the one and your bone was like sticking out. But it was for his big toe. And it just got snapped off. So I'm missing fingertip, basically. Basically. One, two, three, na 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 na. Na 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 na. As I can't tell that you don't care. Oh yeah, also, when I stream on the front page of Twitch next week, I'm also going to be releasing my cover. Yay! Pog cover. Let's go. Let's go. I forgot to mention that earlier. I've only gotten lame injuries. What is a lame injury? I feel like all injuries, if they have a good story, then they're a good injury. Or at least an interesting story. I wondered when that was coming out. Yeah, it's coming out next week. Next week on the 25th. Coolest injury I've had was when I fell down an escalator in a Fred Meyer when I was like 3. I don't think that that's cool. I think that that's stupid. That's pretty dumb. I used to think when I was a kid, I used to think that escalators could kill you. I thought that like you could get sucked into an escalator. You broke your collarbone twice. Jesus Christ. Valerius90, thanks for the follow. It's kind of an inverse thing where the massive gnarly scars have lame stories and the small ones are cool. Hell yeah. Rotating heart. Ugh. Escalator is just a big paper shredder. Ow! My arm! Hold on, let me get my references for the commission that I'm doing next. I am just want you to want me like I want you. Where are you? There you are. I'm just super metal, broken hearted loser punk. I love it when I get to draw big boobs. This bitch has a fucking rack. All the way across town. What's good, Atlas? What are we yapping about today? Today we are yapping about whatever the fuck comes to mind. I guess my coolest injury was that I got cut by some bullets spalling on my arm. Spalling? I have a tiny scar on my hand from a rocket launcher exploding. And a massive scar on my leg that was just an ordinary surgery. Ryland for Fazard. Thanks for the follow. Oh. Bullet fragments. Interesting. When I come around. When I come around. I heard it all before. So don't knock down my door. I'm a loser and a user, so I don't need no accuser to try and slag me down because I know you're right. So go do what you like. I know you'll do it right. Got your health out of nothing was never there. I can't go forcing something if it's just not right. Thank you for the water, Redeem. I drink a water now. When I come around. Where is my tablet? Okay. My pin. I found it. I fell asleep after work and woke up at 1 a.m. and now my sleep schedule is messed up. Oh no. You're gonna have to do that dreaded 24-hour run. When I come around. When I come around. When I come around. When I come around. I don't have a scar from it, but I rolled an ATV once and folded some of my teeth back into my mouth. What? How the fuck did you do that? How do you fold? Your teeth are bone. How do you fold your bones? Have any plans for Easter? No. No. The gum or jaw or something? That's insane. And I know it was Easter. Tomorrow's Easter. Or unless you're a day ahead, then it's today for you. Actually, hold on. Let me make sure I don't have anything weird open. The surgeon had to like wrench them back in place. That is insane. That's the wildest thing I've ever heard. Ah, fuck off, Octo. You owe me 10 subs. Never felt that way. You don't even have VIP here? If you want VIP, I'll give you 10 subs. Actually, no. I said that backwards. If you want VIP, give me 10 subs. I'm not gifting you 10 subs. I've already done that. I've already gifted you subs. Okay. It's not legally binding. What has he done for me lately? All he ever does is follow and unfollow me. All he ever does is follow and unfollow me. Did you see you're on Atlas's art from last night? I drew something last night and you're in it. Well, no, you're not on it, but you're not in it, but you're like on it. Where did it go? I guess I closed it. You're right there. That's you. Yeah, the signature one. I'm there. Yes, you were. Mods, can you guys VIP Octo and also Jen, please? Or Gen, please? I always mispronounce Gen's name. It's just /VIP. Yeah. Somebody just commented on that and said, this is such a cool idea. That's awesome. I am Small Poo. Hello, Small Poo. I'm gonna say hello to him. You don't have perms? That's hilarious. There we go. Hello. Cool and cold, like old Joe. Whoa, bah. Despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a cage. Despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a cage. Someone will say what is lost can never be saved. Octo, give me subs. I know that you can afford it. I can't afford it, but you should give me subs. Azalea Morningstar, thanks for the follow. You're like a super rich LA guy or some shit. Wait, we were just talking about how much we hate LA. Or I was just talking about how much I hate LA. He has a model animator to feed, and? LV is bad. LA is bad, but LV is worse. I spent all my money on a VTuber. Yeah, that VTuber is me. Wait. Do you guys want to see? Do you guys want to see a really cool video? Well, let's play immediately. Oh, it's muted. Hold on. Octo said something so nice on stream the other day. He said something so nice on stream the other day. It was so nice of him to say, actually. Where is it? Up here? Where did it go? Ah. Oh my god. It doesn't want to play the actual voice.
This is my favorite VTuber.
Or maybe I just can't hear it.
Atlas is my favorite VTuber.
Hold on. Oh, you guys can hear it? Wait, oh, perfect. I can't hear it, but I don't need to. I've already listened to it. Atlas is his favorite VTuber. No. It's just Atlas is my favorate VTuber. Bro, it's just in the motherfucking Skyrim wagon. Wow, that's really loud. Atlas is my favorite VTuber. Atlas Anarchy is my favorite VTuber. So thank you so much, Octo, for that vote of confidence. I always can appreciate my fans. You're finally awake. Atlas is my favorite VTuber.
I can't believe Atlas is my favorite YouTuber.
Believe it! Out here acting like she's my Oshi. I am. Turn, thank you for the 11 months. That's like almost 1 year, bruh. You're not? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you, I think he's shy. Guys. It's okay. My Oshi is on my fight stick. Is that like a euphemism for something? Cole, thank you for the gift sub. Ask Matara for the title of Octo Oshi. I've only talked to Matara once. I'm too scared. She's got aura. It's true. Be brave. No. No. It is very difficult to talk to gorgeous bug women. It's just me. It's just difficult for me to talk to anybody ever. Oh, thank you for buying some shit. Wow. Wahoo! Twitch, why you give me away? It actually didn't say your name, but Slay. Now we know who it was. And I wanna start a rager. I wanna dance like I'm on the radio. For a violent behavior. Like a modern Romeo. Shoot me up to entertain. Lonely boy. Give me death or give me head. Mommy's little soldier. Apparently this character's name is Raisin Bran, which I think is really adorable. Infinite Shadow the Hedgehog, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that, Mr. Ultimate Lifeform. Did you see the Minecraft movie reactions on social media? Yeah. I feel like it's kind of difficult not to see them, to be quite H. I wanna be a celebrity martyr. in my own private drama. Okay, does she have hooves or does she have feet? Those are her boobs. 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 I think that she has feet. Chicken jockey. Oh yeah, I find like I like saying chicken jockey, but I don't. Whoa! Jesus Christ, Cole. Jesus, thank you, Cole, for the 10 gifted. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, dude. You don't have to do that. Don't go broke. Chicken jockey. Are you gonna stream tomorrow? No. Anyway. I heard I could get VIP this way. Okay. I don't know how many VIPs I have left. I think I have enough. We get VIPs for gifting, I guess. Only if you've been here for a while, though. But there's nothing really wrong with me. How much is a while? You would count. I'm getting tilted at Marvel. Dude, I haven't opened Marvel Rivals in a long time. In a long time. I've freed myself. Free your mind. If there's somebody who shows like repeats support to the channel, then yes, it would make sense to VIP them. But like if somebody like came in today and gave 100 subs, even if they gave 100 subs, it's like, well, you just came in here today. You know, I don't want to VIP that because I also don't want to make it like, I don't know. I don't want to make other people feel like, oh, I have to monetarily. If I don't monetarily contribute, then blah, 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 blah. You know? I just, if there is repeated and consistent support, then it's like, yeah, sure, why not? If you want a badge next to your name, then sure, fine. You have to monetarily support Atlas Anarchy. It's an obligation. No, you don't. I just like when you get all excited when I support you. I do get excited, it's true. I'm just like, wow, that's me. Oh, boobs, boobs. Okay. Breast image. Sarge, welcome in, dude. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope that you had a lovely swing. You used to get me high, saying four walls, and it feels like nothing matters.
I hope the drawing have been going well.
They have. Thank you very much. I mean, we just started, but yes. Sting in my eyes. You are not the same, and then now I'm saying goodbye. Nothing matters tonight. Hold me close, tell me lies. You used to get me high. Paper Ganda is effective. The stream went fine. I was playing the game Blueprints, and it is a pretty interesting puzzle game that I do recommend everyone try for themselves while trying their best to be spoiled as little as possible. Nice. Just found you through a pic of you getting signed by Ross. Yes, I drew that. Thank you. Welcome in. It's said that people who enjoy Outer Wilds may also enjoy this game since it's one of information gathering. Hell yeah. You should buy 5 gifted to Atlas Energy. Cupcake Brawler, thanks for the follow. I agree. In fact, everyone should buy 5 gifted to Atlas Anarchy. Shut up. It puts that on the screen? What? The follow? Yeah. Come on, Radless! Thank you for the 5 gifted. Frog Champ 8891, thanks for the follow. Jesus, stop! Oh my god! Sarge, thank you for the 5 gifted. Mazu, thank you for the 10 gifted. Jesus Christ, guys! Stop! Cole! What are you guys doing? Why are you doing that? Cole, thank you for the 5 gifted. Jesus. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. I really do. What the fuck? Escargoti, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Oh my god, you guys are so funny. Thank you. Jesus Christ, that's insane. I still owe you guys a full karaoke stream, but do you guys want like a chat chosen karaoke thing right now? Blay Gotta, thanks for the follow. I don't have any more disposable income left. I'm sorry. I was joking. Baby, when I pass you by. What the fuck? Who are you? Jimbo Lenny, thanks so much for the 10 gifted. You make me feel 20 feet tall. Squeegee got a sub. I did see that. Thank you so much, Jimbo Lenny. That's so sweet. You guys crashed my computer. I don't know if you guys did, but my computer blue screened. I mean, TBH, it's probably been a while since I restarted it, so I don't actually know if that was it or not. But it did blue screen, so that's pretty funny. Yep. Yep. Your computer starts pretty fast. Yeah, it's a, it's a nice computer. Oh my god, Mazu! Thank you for another 10 gifted subs. Holy shit, you guys are crazy. What the fuck? Did it crash? No. Oh my god. I'm sorry if I've made you guys think that you have to gift subs. I'm so sorry. Wrong thing. Clip Studio Atlas. 61. Jesus Christ. This is an Easter miracle. I agree. Hi, Stardust. No. We're not giving the paper money. This is over now. That part is over. We're done. I'm feeding my local starving artist. Well, that's true. Attempt number 2 of asking for the playlist. Exclamation point playlist. Thank you, Stale Toaster, for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. are these OCs? This is a character that I'm being commissioned to draw, but I do draw a lot of my own OCs on here. The information superhighway. Let's cruise with the top down. We can spend all night. Here's a password. Babe, I think I love you.
I think you're cool. Have some money.
Thank you, Stardust. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Fan art is a hard no for comms. It depends. It depends. It depends who you want me to draw, because sometimes I will and sometimes I won't. It really depends on who. I like doing fan art of VTubers, but I don't like doing fan art of like super complicated like Genshin Impact characters, whatever the fuck, you know? So like if you see like a stipulation on my commissions, you can always like ask about it. You can see where my boundaries lie exactly. If it's a hard no, or it's just a specific, or it's a more specific no, but I'm just not gonna elaborate on it in one post, you know? I'm not gonna say like I don't do fan art unless it has a big boob, or I know what the fan art is of, or if it is a V2, you know, that kind of stuff. I just kind of say no fan art, and then if people want to get fan art, then they can try and just ask. I'm stuck at a party and my sister and her teenage friends have taken over karaoke. Oh no. Oops. Girl, I miss your interface. Cookies. Would a drawing of an OC and a Kigurumi be within the standards for rules? Asking because I'm close to a sketch regime. Yes, that's fine. If you're asking for a sketch redeem, then please make sure that you ask me or the mods before you redeem it, okay? I've never seen the other toggles of your model. Is it okay if you shut that off? Sure. Hold on. So the other thing that this model can do, well, first of all, I will give you a kind of a walkthrough of all the shit that I usually do with it. Just making sure to skip something. Okay. So the whole model, the lines jitter. So they, you know, if I stay still, the lines still move. It's harder to see when I'm like at a distance here. But all of the lines on the model jitter, which includes the lines there on the choker, the lines on the eyes, the ears, the eyebrows, the boiled one, which includes the scribbles on the inside, of the mouth. I can also take out my tongue. I can also puff out my cheeks, but not very much. The boiled one. And then from there on, that's the top of my head. I have little horns. These are not ears. They're not ears. I never knew you had a tongue. I do. These are not ears. My ears are here. These are horns. Dog-eared horns, but they're not ears. They're horns. This line that's supposed to look like a little shiny thing on my bang, That is also boiled. It is also the boiled one. I have a stapler, a staple, I should say, as a eyebrow piercing, and binder clips as ear piercings. What else? I also have binder clips up here as well for horn piercings. Dextreme Streams. Thanks for the follow. I also have a pen behind my ear. It's kind of difficult to see sometimes because it's kind of layered. It kind of gets stuck behind the bang, but you know, it is down there. I have a dotted tear line on my shoulder. And then I have this bow. As we move down here, I have my tattoos, my origami tattoos, and my drawn on bracelet. Both of my hands are actually taped on. It's easier to see on that one, but this one also has that. And then I also have I continue the theming from the beginning of not the beginning, but like the start of the model, the top of the model also continues here. She has nail polish on this hand, but not this hand. Because she is right-handed, it's supposed to imply that she drew on herself. YouTube, thanks for the follow. It's supposed to imply that she drew her nails on, but because she is not ambidextrous, she did not draw them on the other hand. Bubble Tea Cat, thanks for the follow. And then I have my hair is super, super long, goes all the way down to my leggies. There's also a crumpled texture on the hair itself. Some hair texture on there, or some paper texture on there. And then the socks, I just have normal socks and a bunched up little sock right here too. In terms of toggles, hold on. Zoom out a little bit. I have a jacket. I did not make this model by myself. My model credits are in the description. A lot of people ask me why I did not make my own model. It's because I would go fucking crazy. I'd go fucking crazy. Anyway, this is my jacket. Sometimes I wear my jacket. I have a little paper clip as the fucking zipper thingy. All of the details on the jacket are also drawn on and boiled. I'll stay still for a moment. You see? What else? Get that shit out of here. I can also give myself googly eyes. I can make myself sad. I can also give myself no hair. And then I can give myself an alternate hairstyle. But yeah. Oh, emo girl didn't work. Oh shit, it didn't work. It didn't work. Damn it. I can also turn emo. Give me a second. I don't have my things open. Okay. I had emo girl, I had bald, and then pet. The bald toggle is like 8 minutes long now. You should add the girly pop color scheme as a redeem. True. My Oshi is bald and emo again. It's okay. But yeah, that's basically it. Now you can see the thing behind my ear. Yeah. That's it. That's basically it. I can also take off my ribbon and I can take off my shirt. But beyond that, no. I've seen them come and I've seen them go. There's one thing that I know. Gotta give the people what they want, or or you wind up back in Kokomo, Nebraska. They like it big, they like it loud, maybe a little bit jazzy sometimes. Mr. Pussycat, listen to me. You don't have to be good, but you had better be big and loud. Big and loud. Now make your mama proud. Make it big and loud. Oh man, sorry. I queued that one up a little while ago. I miss singing that song all the time. I haven't warmed up today though. I haven't warmed up today. Let's try this for a little bit. Take a quick break. Sounds exactly like the girl from the movie I haven't watched. It's okay. Whatever. This is the one that I sing this one a lot when so my regulars will be familiar with this one. Thank you for the gifted subs. Playboy, Bridget Bardot. We'll do. I will do one more to pad out the remainder of the ball. I'll do one in Spanish. Hold on. I'll do one in Spanish. We'll do a Selena. We'll do my usual Selena. Oh, it just ended. Whatever. Oh, wait. The ball didn't end. Yo sé que tienes un nuevo amor. Sin embargo, te deseo lo mejor. Hi, Ginny. Sin en mí no encontraste felicidad. Tal vez alguien más te la dará. Como la flor, con tanto amor, me diste tú. Ese marichito me marchó y yo sé perder, pero ay, cómo me duele. Ay, cómo me duele. Cómo me duele. Si vieras cómo duele perder tu amor, de un día a dos te llevas mi corazón. No sé si pueda volver a amar, porque te di todo el amor que pude dar, como la flor, con tanto amor, me diste tú. Ese marichito me marchó y yo sé perder, pero ay, cómo me duele. Ay, cómo me duele. Como la flor, con tanto amor, me diste tú. Ese marichito me marchó y yo sé perder, pero ay, cómo me duele. Ay, cómo me duele. Ay, cómo me duele. All right, well, that's that. All right. I'm gonna play my VTuber playlist now. A bit too loud, a bit too quiet. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Ugh. Goodness gracious. All right. Back to business. I'm glad you think so. I'm glad you think that my voice is nice to listen to. Fruit! I should have put her on the signature one as well. Back to boobies. Time. Whoops.
Boobies.
Boobies. And monsters will fade with time. Ah! Sorry, I wanted to join in too, fruit. My bad. That people like you never change. Hold on, I have to blast this, guys. Could you growl like a metalhead? No. It's my pressure. I move you slowly like visions, castles, queens. You'd look so lonely if it were not for me. Mouse has a new song? This is from like months ago. I want you crying for me. I want you, Cry for me. Cry for me. Cry for me. I'm British. Lick 'em off your cheek. Independence obsolete. Want you to decree food and beer from your front row seat. All consuming worship is all I've got. Much to ask, so I know it's not. Love, love, love me. You're a sacrifice. How do I know you're really mine? I want you crying for me. I want you, yeah, wow, wow, wow. I want you fighting for me. I want you, yeah, wow, 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 wow. Kame Casey, thanks for the follow. Also, somebody else followed. Hold on. Oh, fuck, this one's so good too. Hi, guys. No Life Robin and Unico12. Thanks for the follows. Hey, what's your name? Would you need to be so stressed? Think ain't hell. But we'll do what we do best. You've been chosen to party with an army of friends. Bye-bye, we have fun here regardless, but why not try leading into the darkness? Do I need to remind you what I am? Any soul, if inclined to. Too far gone, we can't stop now. In your mind, you're in it with the devil now. In my book of design. Can't you see that you're in it with the devil now? What's with that face? Let's celebrate. Come on, dear humans, read your fate. Hey, guys. If I covered an Iron Mouse song, would that be Pog? Because I kind of had an idea. I kind of want to cover Cry For Me, but I want to, because I've been trying to brainstorm covers that I can do with my friends, and I really want to cover Cry For Me with Crowan writing a rap part for the part that Booby is on. So I don't know. I'm thinking about it, dude. It just popped into my head just now. Boobies, yes. I feel like that'd be fun. Oh, thank you, Robin. I appreciate it. Boobies. I'm not vibing with it though. They sound so much alike though. Song requests out? They shouldn't be. She's dancing. Oh. Request Spotify or YouTube? Spotify. pantsuit covered pink pony club? That's cute. Na 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 na. Aw, thank you, Mazu, for gifting a sub to No Life Robin. High speed. Don't stop beating, no. Oh, Waifu Jam. I love Waifu Jam. I want to do a rock cover of Waifu Jam one day. But I need to learn all the words. I heard you wanted me to stay. I can't ignore the crazy visions of me in LA. I heard that there's a special place where boys and girls can all be queens every single day. I'm having wicked dreams. I hear from Tennessee and Santa Monica. I swear it's calling me. I'll make my mama proud. Ain't gonna cause a scene. She sees her baby girl. I know she's gonna scream, God, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl. If you dance at the club, and mama, I'm just having fun. And the stage in my heels, it's where I belong. Out at the Pink Pony Club, I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing. Pink Pony Club, Pink Pony Club. I'm up and jaws are on the floor. There's lovers in the bathroom and the line outside the door. Black lights and a mirror disco ball. Every night's another reason why I left it all. I think my wicked dreams, a year from Tennessee. Oh, Santa Monica, you've been too good to me. You make my mama proud, ain't gonna cause a scene. She sees her baby girl, I know she's gonna scream, God, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl, and you dance at the club, oh mama. I'm having fun on the stage in my heels. It's where I belong, down at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. Frankinator, thank you so much. That's very sweet. I've left you all behind. Still love you in Tennessee. You're always on my mind. And mama, every Saturday I can hear your southern drawl 1,000 miles away. What have you done? You're a pink pony girl, and you dance at the club, oh mama. I'm having fun. The stage in my heels, it's where I belong, down at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Paper Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Paper Club. Pink Paper Club. Thank you, Mazu, for giving a sub to Frankengamer. I'm gonna keep on dancing. I'm gonna keep on dancing. Back up party. Ay. You got this goddamn kawaii. Ay. Sinasan niya tayo wakate. Minasan ki borakite. Ich ni sanshi waifu jam. Dansu. Nice. Kisu. Waifu. What you gonna do? When an anime demon wife green mask girl appears to you. The masu, no tadaki masu. I don't know how to twerk, but I don't fucking care. I know what a she who stay. We may fail in gotcha game, but we love anime. Now na. Da. Ay. Na. From dusk till dawn, don't stop your mo feeling, cause anime wife loves you. Takara wa dasawa utau otori. Senpai. Hentai. Kawaii. You need kawaii for real? Wife jam. No gravity. Ay. Little city. Ay. Ich ni san shi waifu jam. The streamer is not mentally ill in that way. Just in other ways, yeah. This song definitely grew on me. I didn't like it when I first heard it, but like when I don't know what it is about it, it grew on me. It just grew on me. I listened it to like start my day a lot of times. I like my streamers with a little mental illness as a treat. Well, yeah, when you say a little, do you mean like a little or do you mean like Professor Utonium trying to get a little bit of chemical X and then breaking the whole thing. Oh yeah, mentally ill woman talking. Are you like a wimpy kid looking character? I'm like a normal looking character. I don't know. Look, I drew myself as a bunny. Monkey go nuts. Uta utari. I did like Diary of a Wimpy Kid when I was growing up. Wife jam. Paper bunny. Anarchy, like you will never know how much I popped the fuck off when I realized that this was the name of the song. When they released it and they were like, this is the name of the song, I'm like, holy shit, there's no way. Paper Skin in Fortnite when? That would be the day. Ha ha ha. If I had all the money in the world, I would make all the money and the time in the world, I would make an animatic to this. I've had one in my head for a long time that I've never been able to spit out. She named it after you, but didn't tell you. You look so small and cute next to the fucking king. Aw, you're so adorable. "3D paper would be a cool dream in the future." Yeah, I think that I want to do like a 3 days straight of streaming, where all I do is play GTA V and fundraise for a 3D model. I feel like that would be fun. It's kind of like a mini subathon almost. I guess they're called donathons. I don't really know what the difference is. Well, I do, but I don't. 3 days straight or in a row? I don't know. Maybe straight? Maybe 3 days straight. I would imagine a 3D model would look like origami. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like my best idea for a 3D model for this character is if like she moves normally. Like we have the like hands and stuff here and whatever. Wait. Anyway, we have like all of the stuff here, right? But like, sorry, I was weighing them. But like she has this like cutout outline, like here. Like, hold on, let me get rid of this the thing. So she has like this cutout that goes around her, right? I don't even know if this is possible, but this is like my ideal look. Okay, so here she's got this like cutout, and like every time she moves, the cutout will like adjust to the way her hands go. So like it will make the outline over here, you know? And then like from the back, she'll look the same, but like, you know, it's actually the back of her thing, right? But she's still like this. Right? You see the vision? But from the side, she just looks like just like this. So I'm cooked. I don't see it. I keep thinking scissors. Stickers. I don't know why I said scissors. So just like imagine if you had a 3D model that moved in a 3D space, you know, like moved forward and back and all that kind of stuff. But she looked like this when she turned it aside. Like Parappa the Rapper? Yeah. Yes, like Parappa the Rapper. So like she's like moving and talking and stuff, and like her hand goes in and it removes all of that, and then like this is her talking and the outline follows her, and then like from behind she looks the same but different, and then when she turns to the side, this is what she looks like. 7-Eleven, thank you for the converting to a tier 1. So like Doom sprites that have different 2D for image for every angle, but not pre-made. I guess, yeah. I don't really know if it's possible, but that's like ideal for me. What did I miss? I have 69 subs, dude. I don't know. So what I'm thinking is that I will find a 3D artist. I'll get a quote for it, and I will whatever it ends up being, I will do a marathon stream and save up for it. Because I'm gonna need the model, I'm gonna need the equipment. So it's gonna be quite this sunk cost thing. So we can only, God will only know how it goes. But yeah. I'll do it for free. I have no idea how to do it. I'm picturing it like a TV screen where the face and back show a 3D visual, so like you can point without looking like a fold. Maybe. It's difficult for me to articulate what exactly I'm talking about here, because I don't really know how to point to it. I would just say something like Parappa the Rapper, but in 3D. Honey Flash. It's like the Spider-Punk skin in Fortnite. Hold on, let me look. I didn't actually manage to get Hobie when he was in the shop, so hold on. Hi, with the drip. Thank you for lurking. Spider-Punk in Fortnite has an amazing secret reactivity. Oh, yes. Yes, definitely like that. Yes. Like that. That's perfect. Just with like less depth, I guess. Spin, Hobie, spin. Spin. Shiratoshi, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. Hi. Sorry, we were discussing what a 3D model of my model would look like. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope that you had a beautiful stream. What were you up to? What's up? It's the goat. Whoa, your art is incredible. Holy shit. I feel like I've talked to you already. I feel like I've talked to you already. I'm doing this again. I love your art. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope that you had a lovely stream. Yeah, he's raided before. I'm looking at his art now and I realize that he's raided before. Guys, you absolutely need to follow this person right now. Go look at their Twitter and shit. Their art is absolutely incredible. Of course, no problem. Your art is so gorgeous. I love the Makima piece you did a couple weeks ago. I don't know if it was finished or not, but it looked finished to me. Beautiful. Who cares if one's time runs out? I didn't know that you had comms open, though. Noted. Super detailed Avery incoming. Maybe. I don't. Do you draw dudes, right? Your girls are what sticks in my mind the most because I think that you have a really expert grasp on the female form, so to speak. Hendrix 195E. Thanks for this. Thanks for the reminder to save, but also thank you for the follow. I'm sorry I didn't say it earlier. I try not to draw guys, but people keep asking me to draw them. If you get the model, you should do that. Oh, she's 2D. Lois spin around meme. That's how I feel with my OCs. But it's good practice. I mean, eventually I want to make couple art, so it's good. Hell yeah. I like pushing people to their limits art-wise, but also in terms of being able to stand me, but also mostly art-wise. But at the same time, sometimes it just means that something is not going to get done if it's not something that the artist is passionate in. So I can see it both ways, you know? I'm bisexual, that's why. And do you have any advice for coloring your character? Not really. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of just a vibe with me. For me, I'm just like, all right, that looks nice. Okay, that looks good. I say that you should always get references and color palettes off of real pictures, off of Google or whatever. Real pictures. So, but honestly, coloring is so like, it really depends very much person to person. So it's kind of hard to be like, there is hard and fast rules. Really, all you have to do is learn color theory and reference. Hi. I keep my stream in my AirPods. Dax! Dax! Oh no, he can't hear me. He has AirPods in. Be safe, cardboard. dies of dies. Oh no, he's dead. Hee-haw, hee-haw, hee-haw. Okay, hold on. I have to go pee. You can open an art gallery. Have you ever thought about that, Atlas? I haven't, but I want to. I want to. Okay, BRB, I gotta pee. Woo! Woo! I love this song, dude. I'm done. All right, see you, Shura. Da 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 da. Oops. Hey! Posted fan art of Crumple today, and I was really happy that you saw it. I did! I really like your art style, dude. I really like your art style. Hey, is it okay? Can I show it on stream right now? Can I show it on stream? Okay. Hold on. Look, bear named Demon Hatchet. But more than anything, look, wide ruled. But more than anything, look, me smoking a blunt. I really love this one. This one's so cute. This one's so pretty. This one's so pretty. I love this one. If you haven't already, go and support the original art or I will fucking get you. They do look badass. Look at Bear. like the that emote. No, no more bears. Not the bears. I also really love how you drew my titties. I know that's kind of a strange thing to say, but I do. They look so cute. Anyway, thank you. Not a Professor Nap. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Oh. Wow. K-Reg, thanks for the follow. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Atlas Anarchy. I hope they had a lovely stream. I've met way too many cool people. You sure? Because you haven't seen that black number 3 on the track? What the fuck does that mean? Caliber07, thank you so much for the raid. Follow, not the raid. Raid is a different thing. Nap emote raid, it's so funny. I hope you're having a good stream. I am. What about you? What were you up to, dude? What were you up to, dude? You should check your Twitter replies then. Okay. Oh, it's a car. Walk through the fog. Well, it's a song about Dale Earnhardt, but it's a car. 2-Point Museum? What is that? That sounds fun. Zilgo, thanks for the follow, dude. It's like Zoo Tycoon, but with a museum. Ooh, cool. Hell yeah. I hope that was fun. We are zombie, zombie. We are zombie, zombie. We are zombie, zombie. We are zombie, zombie. Oh, you work at a museum IRL? Wait, that's so cool. Nande, nande. Linda. We are zombie, zombie. We are zombie, zombie. Oh, these are a little bit too long. Hold on. I love you. I love you. Secret. Waha, we are zombie, zombie. Toki, toki, kana, ni, na, 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 na. Waha, we are zombie, zombie. Da, da, da. Did your tablet come in? It did. I got it like a good couple days ago. I've been having fun with it ever since because it is so much better than my other one. Milan, Mr. J, thanks for the follow. Grave Prower VT, thanks for the follow. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. Secret, secret. Waha, we are zombie, zombie. This is I love how gravity makes titties go down. This is a post made by the Saggy Titty Gang. Hashtag I love saggy titties.
Boobies.
Real. Nande, nande. Da. Have you ever thought about making a book or a manga? Is that planned? I have thought about it, but I haven't gotten around to it just because I'm fucking busy. But I would like to. Give me some helium titties I can hoverboat. What the fuck? Upside down, everything's not in order. Emotions for you. Come take a bite, a little. How sour. I don't know. No. Little bye.
Boobies.
Boobies. Sometimes you need a good motive. Like for me, I'm starting a webcomic because it'd be cool to release the front pages on my birthday soon. I mean, that's a good way to motivate yourself. It's a good way to motivate yourself. I think that I just don't want you should never have your first project be your dream project. It never should be your first project. So for me, it's just very difficult to see where I want to go from here. And by when I say never, I just mean it's not like recommended just because you put a lot more stress on yourself to be perfect. But I don't know. I think it's smarter to just brainstorm something that you know will be an interesting story, but something that won't take fucking forever to get out there. My thing is, I always like completely inflate my stories to the point of being like, they all become like fully fledged novels in a way because I don't know when to stop. Are you looking forward to the Q&A? Yes. Any thoughts on the Switch 2 and its games? The Switch 2 is getting me to is finally getting me to sell my Switch 1 so I can go and buy a GameCube. Just get an original Wii. I have a Wii. I don't want a Wii. I want a GameCube. I don't think a console that old would be worth that much. Well, that's the nostalgia bait of it all. However, I know some places where you can get it cheaper. Demon Dice was one of my favorites for a while. I like her as a person. I don't really think that her rap style is my taste, but I do like this song that she's on. Through a screen. Kofi! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. We're actually drawing your commission right now. What art program are you using? Can it make me good at art with minimal study and practice? I am using Clip Studio Paint, and there is not a art program alive that can make you good at art with minimal study and practice. That is not how it works. Nice try, though. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Atlas Anarchy, and welcome to Jackass. But point 1 is 4.0 any better? I don't know. I don't use it. We are drawing Kofi's character today. We are drawing Raisin Bran. Or Cereal, or whatever her name is. I don't know. I think it's Raisin Bran. I was saying earlier that I thought it was really cute. Oh, Cereal's her nickname. Okay, that's cute. You never read. When I get to drinking, I get to thinking. I wish you were thinking about me. Sometimes I look for girls that look the way you do. Started to do it when I saw you with someone new. It's been 10 months and 20 days. Last thing that's on your brain, so why do I? 2 in the morning, cold sweat screaming your name. Get drunk and look at your pictures. Why do I feel this way? Why do I? Self, but why do I even try? You don't, so baby, why do I? Why do I? Why do I? Oh, to think about the last time that we talked. Maybe December, all I remember is that you called me piece of shit. Two in the morning, cold sweat screaming your name. Get drunk and look at your pictures. Why do I feel this way? Do this to myself, or why do I even try? You don't, so baby, why do I? Why do I? Why do I? Cold sweat screaming your name. Get drunk and look at your pictures. Why do I feel this way? Why do I do this to my? Why do I even try? You don't, so baby, why do I? All right, see ya, Mazu. Thank you for the lurk. You don't, so baby, why do I? Mama, 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 oh, ah, oh, ah. You the Red Briar. Thank you so much for the sub. Oh my god, I took a really big drink of cold water and I felt it go through my entire body. Holy shit. Ugh. That was so scary. I would say I subbed for the good energy, but then he started dying the moment I subbed. No, I swallowed like a shit ton of cold water, and I was like, oh, wow. I do kind of feel like yeah. That is kind of what it feels like. Water's so cold you feel your entire trachea. It's exactly what it felt like, dude. I need a Cindy body pillow, low key, just low key though. Like a funny one or a sexy one? Cindy body pillow is like the front. She's like front. She's like she got her hand up her shirt, whatever. Maybe she got a titty out, and she got hand up here, hand right there. And then the other the other side of the body pillow, she's like her pillow is here. The other side of the body pillow, she's pointing a gun at you. But she is also holding a body pillow. Her body pillow's over here. There you go. Does she still have the bed head? Yes. Is it in poor taste to get a two-size body pillow of myself? No. Practice self-love. All on the line, you say. No, 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 no me quiero debatir. Did you guys ever see that there was the Game Grumps like released official body pillows of themselves? You're allowed to do whatever the fuck you want. It wasn't even of their anime girls. It was of them. Nobody buying that shit. Dan sold out in like 10 minutes. I'll take a Dan body pillow for sure. You know the funny thing? Funnier to me than them having body pillows is that the artist that they used to make the body pillows, not only did they do the art for Dream Daddy, but they also made Markiplier X Five Nights at Freddy's animatronic NSFW. It really has nothing to do with anything, but I feel like I should just let you guys know. Came back just to dunk on the fake gooner. I'm sorry, Dan. Dan has always been very attractive to me, so I would have, if I could have gotten away with getting one of those, I would have. When you buy a body pillow, do they send the whole pillow or just a cover? Usually they just send the cover. Or so I've heard. Thank you, Jack. Top 3 body pillow characters if no one was there to judge you. My OCs. Lucky Fire Dragon 7, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Hello. Which 3 OCs? Probably Avery, Hendrix, and then I don't know who the third one would be. Not sure. Computer, show us the Avery body pillows. I got you. Trying to figure out. Hold on. If this was like real Avery, like pretend he's not on a pillow. I need to see how tall he would be in comparison to me, because I'm 5'4". Hold on. So if he is that and I am this. Whoa. Okay. So if I'm here Oh, goodness. So I'm 5'4". I'd be about here. Give or take. Nipple sucking height? True. I think I might actually be a little bit tall, a little bit short. There we go. Maybe. It's like to the middle of his shoulder, and his shoulder's kind of risen up here, so yeah, around there. Avery's fucking tall. Mouthful of chest hair. My favorite. Avery is 6'2"? No. Avery is 6'7". I'm gonna move us over so you can actually see the thing, but I'm gonna keep him with me here. You might be a little bit lower then. Shush. Twirling his chest hair with a fork like spaghetti. I got to only my bones. Wow. Where did Raisin Bran go? There she is. A giant piece of paper with a pillow drawn on it. I feel like it would be so cute if I was able to like ship some merch in like envelope packaging. I think it would be so cute. Like if it was like in a little love like a little like this, you know? And like the body pillow covers in there. Down. Bonui. That's funny. There should be a fucking like more technologically curated VTuber that does something like that, where they have the missing file missing file on icon on one side. La, da, 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 da. Like Vixen? Oh, that would be fun. Yeah. Dude, I keep thinking about Sky King. Holy shit. What a legend. Does anybody have that TikTok backshots copy pasta? Do you know what website you're on, son? Hello, website that's not TikTok. Do you know this? Do you know where I could find that TikTok thing? No, sir. Undead Madman, thanks for the follow, dude. Welcome in. Avery, you're too big. I have to put you away now. I feel like I'm on a short leash today. You're on a short leash every fucking day that you're here. Fucking idiot. Sakuri, Sakuri. Couldn't wait for you to come and clear the cupboard. And now you're gone and leaving nothing but a sign. Me standing reading in between your lines. Because I miss you all the time. So get away. Not the way you feel like you didn't want yourself to go. You know you didn't lose your self-control. Let's start at the rainbow. Another way you feel like you didn't want yourself to go. Is that a compromise? So what do you want to do? What's your point of view? There's a party, screw it. Do you top of you, I don't wanna go. Stay at your house, and I hope it all works out. I'm done with you, I'm ignoring you, I don't wanna go. And you were lying in the gutter. And everything to be there by your side. Oh, the reason I just can't believe your lies. And why do I still wanna call you? So what do you wanna do? What's your point of view? There's a party, screw it, do you wanna go? I'm on top of you, I don't wanna go. I hope it all works out. I'm done with you, I'm ignoring you, I don't wanna go. Ah, Rebecca, my beloved. Okay. Start at the rainbow. Ah, my neck. Do you wanna go? Well, yeah, point of view, I'm on top of you, I don't wanna go. Wanna stay at your house, and I hope it all works out. Boxing Mammoth, thanks for the follow. I get my stretches in. Ruthless nights. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Every night I'm living like there's no tomorrow. Oh, oh, oh. Mars. Broke me with the British. British in it. I'm gonna give her little bunny ears. Rune Aether, thanks for the follow. Wished I had something to live for tomorrow. Hello. Waves. At you. That's the same leaf? What? Naruyo. Computer show Octo 50 images of Cindy before her brother died. Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry. Does Athel still make music? Does anybody know? Because this is one of his old songs, but I don't know if he actually still makes music. ad is about to start. You go get more water. Can you pause the stream? Unfortunately, no. Worth the shot. But no. Okay, BRB. Blanco the paper. Thanks for the follow. Okay, BRB for real. Bye. Let's go. I've never seen somebody more excited to see me.
Boobies.
True. Sorry, I was fixing my balls. Ah. let's just run away. I really like this song. It's so cute. Why did Little Caesars get rid of classic sausage? That was my favorite. It would be your favorite, you fucking gay boy. Kenya and Haruka did lovely for this song. It's true. It's so good. Watashi wa watashi, anata wa nagato. Kurei no jaketo ni. Stay with me. Mayonaka no doa wa tataki. Daro naita. Meno mae, stay with me. Wani nagara. Oronu guru naite. Stay with me, Mayonaka no doa wa tataki. Daraita. Imame no mae, stay with me. Irere, odoreko no hari. Stay with me, Mayonaka no doa wa tataki. Meno mae, stay with me. Inagara. Stay with me. 真夜中のドアを叩き。なななななな泣いた。Stay with me. 真夜なななななな。うんうんうんうんうんうん。You guys think brown bodysuit or black? Wait, chat, wake up. I'm digging the brown. I think I have too. Yeah, I like that. It's kind of like coffee colored. Is it called boobs because the two O's look like boobs? I don't know. I don't think so. Personally, I'm not aware. Thought you were a boobologist? Yeah, I study them with my hands, not my fucking brain. You stupid nerd. I'm a hands-on researcher, not a philosopher. We already listened to Waifu Jam. The calcium cannons, damn. Well, I found myself walking over the edge yesterday, again. And I found myself walking over the edge, a tripping on yesterday, again. What's up, Penguin Boy? How you doing? A dab of fear, oh so clear. That's good. I asked if years have passed, days of lovely damn and storm. Well, I've never been content with sharing a lover. I said I've never been content, but his was a light that just wouldn't fade. Yay. Thanks. Thank you. Well, I've never been content with sparing a lover. I said I'd never been content. What? This was a lie that just wouldn't fade. Hey, how come you don't come around? You fade away. How come you don't come around? You just fade away. How come you don't come around? I've got so much to say. How come you don't come around? Playing D&D, playing Dead by Daylight, watching chat. That's very funny. Cole, thank you for gifting a sub. Kinda complicated. Mean that the relationship is simple. It is just bad. Quit attending to your shithouse house party with 70 people I don't know. Even if you ask me on the day and I say yes, I'm still not going to go. Not what's said, what's implied. Read between the fucking lines. I'm being subtle, delicate, you massive, stupid piece of shit. Another example. Nice head. She's using hyperbole. I'm not gonna pay you. It is you. I'm scared it's gonna hurt me. I'm a bit quirky. Anything you wanna be, but never say what you mean. Excuse me. Baby, baby, please don't just understand me. I'll always hand you a clue. Assume, presume. It's time to speculate. Fucking lines! It's time to speculate. Between the lines. Bye bye. Atlas tennis. Thank you for the follow at Vis. Thank you. See you, Kofi. Melancholy Melodies, thanks for the follow. And the Nightmare Demons, thanks for the follow. I am working on a commission. Thanks. I did click for the girls in bunny suits, but the singing kind of made me zone out. My bad. Is singing something you've ever done as a hobby, or is it more of a habit while working? It's more of a habit while working. I'm sorry, I don't feel like candy store right now.
Boobies.
Was that the beginning to a Lovejoy song I heard? Yep. I used to like Lovejoy, but like beyond all the shit that happened with Wilbur Soot, I just don't really listen to them very much anymore. I don't know if I don't really like their music because of him or if I'm just like disinterested in it. I did like Wake Me Up When I'm Sober when it released, but I don't know. I feel like his old stuff is just kind of whatever to me now. Maybe I just listen to it too much. I was a fan of Soot House. Okay. I never watched him. I only listened to him because Noah listened to him. I think I saw like one episode of Soot House while I was staying at Noah's place for AX. I know that Jay Schlatt used to be a twink. That's about it. Waiting on another black summer to end. Yeah, what was the name of that one band that had like a complete freak? Virtual Dream Girl. Thanks for the follow. Smile. Everybody smile. I've been waiting. I've been waiting. You guys are funny. Do you guys want to listen to true crime today? Or do you want to listen to more of the psychologist videos? So many bands with weird people in them. Oh, I think that I started the thought and then I didn't finish it. I was talking about Dance Gavin Dance, where there was like a vocalist in it that was like really, really good, but he was accused of something or other. I don't remember at this point. But and it's like I just don't listen to them because all I can think about is how fucked up the vocalist is. Even though his voice is amazing. 1 minute I'm in Central Park. No clue who that is. Hold on. What did he do? Dance. Gavin Dance. Let me remember here. Where's the controversy part? It doesn't have it immediately on the Wikipedia. Oh my god, so many of these are too fucking... It was sexual assault allegations. It's always sexual assault allegations. Yeah, June 3rd, 2022, following sexual assault allegations against Tillian Pearson, the lead singer. The band released a statement announcing that Pearson would take a hiatus from the band. Bassist Tim Feerick died in 22. Pearson underwent a brief hiatus from the band in 22 following sexual assault allegations before parting ways with the band in 2024. I know that he's in a different band now, but I don't remember which one. Yeah, he admitted to the encounters as in dating a fan, but denied that they were non-consensual. But I don't know if it has credence. I assume that it does because he actually did leave the band. There have been a couple of times where musicians have been accused of sexual assault and then it gets proven false, but it ruins their life anyway. I still haven't figured out the whole separating the art from the artist thing yet. I mean, like, I can sometimes, and sometimes I can't. It really just depends what happened, what they did, and how I'm feeling. That happened to the lead singer of Rammstein. Fucking happened to the lead singer and also only remaining member of Panic at the Disco. Usually needs the artist to be dead. Isn't that death of the artist or death of the author? That's why everybody really likes Michael Jackson, even though all of that one shit happened, and I still don't know if it's true or not. A bit to birdhouse with my mom. Apparently it wasn't true. I mean, for the longest time, nobody has ever been able to give me a straight answer about what's going on with Michael Jackson in terms of all of that shit. They made an entire documentary about it, but people are like, the documentary is false, and I'm like, okay, these guys are lying. Okay, I don't know what to do. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna listen to Beat It and zone out. I tend to be I try to be as locked into the kind of things that I'm interested in and aware of what's going on in the world. But in some cases, like specifically this one, I just don't know. I can't parse it. And I would rather just not it's me choosing my battles, I guess. Stupid, fucking, ugly, boring children. And kill myself then. I am still so lost because some staff say he would be very close but never saw anything explicit, but some did, and a lot of the kids say they were coached by their parents. Hold on. I thought this was going to be the Cult of the Lamb character. I don't know if there is a Cult of the Lamb. I don't know if there is a name for the Cult of the Lamb character. I have never played Cult of the Lamb. And by this, thanks for the follow. Bunny girls in suits? I mean, I guess. I'm gonna say bunny suits. Make a sip, make a sip, make a scene, or... Hello, how are you? Yo. I did not wait. My bad. The show must go on. I waited for about 29 minutes. Shout out to my favorite emoji. I don't know who thought it was necessary to add men with bunny ears partying, but amen to them. Literally. I don't know whose sleigh it was, but somebody slayed here. Somebody cooked here. Somebody cunted here. I'm always on the back foot. Someone slew. Someone slew here. Oh, that's really funny. Stop. He slayed, I slayed, we both slew. I'm always on the back foot. He slayed, I slayed, he, she, we slew. Slayology, the study of slaying. It's first grade, SpongeBob. The Doom Slewist. Okay, bye. Dian GW2, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in. Feliz Silvestris Gatito, thanks so much for the follow. I would tear Little Caesar's toga off with just my teeth. Okay. Hello. What's your favorite Undertale or Deltarune track? I never like really interacted much with Deltarune. But my favorite Undertale track it was either like Spider Dance or like Death by Glamour or something. I think my favorite Deltarune track, I think it's a Deltarune, would probably be Your Worst Nightmare or something like that. I really like the Death by Glamour video where it's a bunch of people like lined up dancing on like a dance machine. So that specific video, that's still Undertale? Oh, I didn't know. Hands of time will wring my neck. The real answer is always battle against a true hero. I haven't been like into Undertale for what has to have been like 10 years now, over 10 years. So when Deltarune came out, I wanted to be invested, but I wasn't. Asgore's boss theme in Megalovania. Megalovania is pretty awesome. Megalovania I was obsessed with when I was whatever age I was when I was into Undertale. Our man docs 1222. Thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in. Ow. Fuck. When I was young, I liked Sans, so I wish I didn't have skin or flesh. When I was young, I wish that Sans was a girl. I wanted Sans to be a girl so bad. Bro, you're the artist. Make it real. I mean, like, really, how the fuck do you make a skeleton gendered? So, like, this is Sans, right? He looks like this. He looks like this, and he's got this going on, and he's got like this big smile, and this yeah, see. And then he's got this like big thing, and then he's got these hands in his pockets. Okay, and he's got the shorts. And he's got the bone. And then he's got the slippers. Now, how in the world do you make this a woman? He doesn't have boobs. He's a skeleton. This is stupid. Add mortadella. I think that Sans is Uruguayan. The freaky bus is freaking. Mush. Mush, mush. Mush. Is Blue Sky any good, or is it a similar toxic mess like Twitter was? Blue Sky is whatever to me. Blue Sky is particularly just whatever. If Twitter is like a dish, like a rotisserie chicken with way too much seasoning on it, to the point that nobody can agree on whether or not that chicken is good, just that it's edible. Blue Sky is like white rice and chicken served with mayonnaise, you know? It's so terribly inoffensive that it just kind of registers as nothing for me. You wanna go home? This party is great, but it's sitting on great. I'm better than go. I wanna have fun. Blue Sky is like when the protagonist of All Quiet on the Western Front visits home and he can't live peacefully anymore off the battlefield. Yes. And also that. Do you want to go home? Go, go, go. I just use both. I only post art on Blue Sky. I don't really interact on there. Different song. I just want to go home. Making me feel like a fuckly little gnome. I gotta be real, I hate this song. It's catchy. That's the only reason I like it. Social medias are always going to depend on what the algorithm got you pegged as. Ooh, pegged. I can't blame you, man. I think that arguing sometimes on the internet is fun, but sometimes it also just fucking drains you. It was September. Winds blow, the dead leaves fall. To you I did surrender. 2 weeks you didn't call. Your life goes on without me. Okay, hold on. Now ads in progress. I'm gonna go and pee. Look at look at boobs. Sleeping on her stomach at a 30-degree angle. I live for the AFK Atlas deadpan stare. I do have an absence of brain. Did you guys see the interaction I had with somebody on Twitter today where they I felt like a mother. I felt like a mom. I didn't expect him to apologize. I thought he was going to double down. I thought he was going to double down, but he said sorry. And I didn't know what to say. Did Grok even respond? Yeah, it did, but I don't even know if it really was able to do anything. It just said continue editing with Grok. Join share. It's just fucking, it really tickled me. I don't know. It's just something about the way he goes, sorry. And I go, it's okay. Don't do it again. I feel like a parent. Sometimes less is more, guys. Sometimes you don't have to say a whole lot to get your point across. What's my favorite character of Undertale? Muffet. Muffet. Sans. That's it. I really don't like Toriel. I know everybody loves Toriel. I don't like Toriel. I don't know what it is. Something about her. Something about her brings out my inner misogynist, and I hate her. Pookie. Oh my god, I hit 18K on fucking Twitter. Holy shit. I think the lizard girl is awful. What, Undyne? What about Asgore? Are we fond of dads in here? I know that Asgore fucked the shit up, but also I like him. I like him more than I do Toriel. The other lizard? Do you mean the one with no arms? Oh, Alphys. I was gonna say that's not a girl. The Costco, what? The Costco guy died? Are you serious? I don't find any news about that. I don't find anything about that. The dad? There's literally nothing that I can find about that. I saw it on TikTok, so like 8 pounds of salt. Oh my god. I hate you so much. So fucking dumb, dude. Fucking god. Uh-huh. Whatever, man. Jesus fucking Christ. Ugh, I hate it when people do that. Costco. I thought he fucking actually died, and then you didn't fucking preface with the goddamn idea. Oh, I actually just heard it on. I just heard it on. I just heard it on TikTok. Hello, Pumpkin Potion's biggest fan, PC. I wonder who your favorite VTuber is. The Rizzler is kind of dunking on AJ and Big Justice. That's so awesome. Hey, I don't work here, but if I did, I would not sell your shit. Hey, I don't work here, but maybe I should. My first instinct was to type, "This is so sad. Can we get 5 big booms for the Costco guy?" Ugh. AJ and Big Justice are the Costco guys. Boom! Wouldn't it be 5 big dooms for his death? Get my bowl. He wouldn't want us to doom. He would want us to boom. Australia. And if I did, I would not surrender shit. I feel like this part of the song especially is very me-core. I feel like if I was in a situation where I was the ambassador to the world, to a bunch of aliens, like a bunch of Martians or some shit, I would probably say some shit like that. Some hooligan called Cancer took my hair. Did he take your ability to spell too? All night or 100 years. He took their glasses too, so sad. Isn't it lovely all alone? I made a glass, my mind of stone. Tear me to pieces, skin and bones. Our love, welcome home. Sorry for the lewd question. Do you have to erase your clothes while undressing? No. Where's the $500 mic fun jar at? In the tips. Tear me to pieces, skin and bones. Our love, welcome home. I'm also kind of lean back, so it doesn't pick up when I do high notes. Paper shrimp? Yeah. CMGZYFE. Thanks so much for the follow. Celebrities that want sympathy. All they do is piss and moan outside the Rolling Stone, talking about how hard life can be. I like to see them spend a week the street. I don't think they will survive. If they could spend a day or two knocking on someone else's shoes, I think they'd stumble and they'd fall. Thank you, Pumpkin Potion's biggest fan, for the follow. Lifestyles of the rich and the famous. They're always complaining, always complaining. If money is such a problem, well, they got mansions. Think we should rob them. You could kill your wife and there's no such thing as 25 to life to pay for Cochrane. And then even know if you were caught and you were smoking crack, McDonald's wouldn't even want to take you back. You could always just run for mayor of DC. To see them spend a week living life out on the street, I don't think they would survive. If they could spend a day or two walking in someone else's shoes, think they'd stumble and they'd fall. And the rich and the famous, we're always complaining, always complaining. Money is such a problem. Well, they got mansions, think we should rob them. Lifestyles of the rich and the famous. They're always complaining, always complaining. If money is such a problem, they got so many problems, think I could solve them. Lifestyles of the rich and the famous. We'll take the clothes, cash, cars, and homes, just stop complaining. Lifestyles of the rich and famous. Lifestyles of the rich and famous. Of the rich and famous. Do you ever feel like a plastic bag? No doubt about it. Dance, bitch. Ow. It'll keep adding up. I think I'm cracking up. Any thoughts on the new look of Donkey Kong? I don't really give a shit. I gotta be real. I didn't know that Donkey Kong does not look the same as he always did. And if he doesn't, that affects me very little. That affects me in a very minuscule way. Whoa.
Imagine the third zero at the end or SMTH.
Thank you, great Gwei Gawi, for the $50. I appreciate that. You guys are spoiling the shit out of me this time. This fucking stream, you guys are absolutely showering me in it. Absolutely fucking nutting all over me. Sorry. Sorry, I get excited. I get excited. Relax, homie. I don't know what it is, but that really fucking kills me. Relax, homie. Relax, homie. Suburbanite, a tiny town in Massachusetts, overwhelmingly white. Went to church on Sundays in a suit and a tie. Watching Family Guy. When I was just a such-a kid. What is your opinion of drawing requests? Not today. Sometimes, but not today. Times are changing and I'm getting old. Isn't anybody gonna hold me accountable? Problematic is a problem. When I was 17 at Halloween, I dressed up as Aladdin. He's a problem. I did not darken my skin, but still it feels weird in hindsight. I wanna throw you how I'm going as a person at first. I feel I must address the lyrics from the previous verse. My childhood, and that's not okay. My actions are my own, I won't explain them away. I started doing na to singing this song. It was totally wrong when I said it. Okay. Getting old. Are you gonna hold me accountable? New username, new me. Dude, I'm so happy for you. I'm problematic. He's a problem. I just remember that Aladdin costume's in my mother's attic. And I've been totally awful. My closet is chock full of stuff that is vaguely shitty. All of it was perfectly lawful, just not very thoughtful at all, and just really shitty. And I... It's not very thoughtful at all, and just really, and I'm really fucking sorry. Bitch, I'm trying to listen. Shit, I've been complicit. If I'm gonna mess up, first I gotta mess up. Sorry, I'm so fucking tired. Sorry. All right. You've expressed explicitly your contempt for matrimony. Okay, let's see. Honestly, no again. Waving. Uh-oh. Return to me. Return to me. Return to me. Come back to me. Come back to me. Come back. There we go. I am back. Rumors of my death were greatly exaggerated. I'll draw another bunny seed tomorrow. I'm tired. I want to draw something else. Describe it. Hey, Jay. Wakes up like she does every morning to the sounds of her husband's screams. And the egg she is warming closes her eyes and dreams of becoming a dentist. But this, I mean, she likes her life as a mother and wife, but is that all she is? She stares out the window. The very next morning, the chicken decides to make her escape, get a taste of freedom. She runs out the coop that her life's been confined to. Suddenly sees the things she's only dreamed of. Up ahead, gophers run through a meadow. Dear Grace, birds sing. The future is waiting right there for the taking. There's just one thing. The chicken must first cross the road. 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 I don't understand VTubers. Like, are they in VR or something? How do you... Wait, so you're like Pumpkin Potion's biggest fan, but you don't understand how a VTuber works? Is that Joe Burnham? Bo Burnham, but yes. It's magic. In real life, I am actually a paper girl. I don't know what you think a VTuber is, but in real life, I actually look like exactly like this. Mal Lobo, thanks for the follow. No. Yeah. I thought Pumpkin was just animated in real time. Yeah, she is. Speak of the devil. You're some kid's drawing? Nope. I'm the real fucking deal. Ugh. I find out this person actually has no idea who Pumpkin Potion the VTuber is. That's just how they call the pumpkin spice lattes at Starbucks. Yeah. Wait, no. I shouldn't just delete the whole thing. Who is this character? This is my OC Tia. She is a crackhead. She is a crackhead. He also has deer legs. I don't know why. Don't worry about him. It's because I used to be like really big into the I used to be like really big into like DeviantArt closed species, and there was this one closed species that was literally just a bunch of like deer-legged people. And then I realized that's stupid. So now they're just, you know, whatever. She's like a satyr or some shit. She's a satyr fox girl thing. She's in the toy house as well. I would like more Tia content, please. Tia's crazy. She's a crazy bitch. It's like absolutely the definition of somebody that does not give a shit. Does not give a shit. Absolutely fucking cuckoo's bananas. Actually, you know what? I'll just fucking draw everybody from this story. Where do they go? What a fool. Do you recommend Toy House? Yeah, I do. Your tone of voice sounds like you're saying this as a downside. Okay, true. I mean, she's kind of like a terrible person, but I think that people like that in women, so it's not really a deal breaker. She's also a cannibal. She eats people. This is what she looks like completed. My friend designed her, but she's been one of my babies ever since. We have the same tattoo. No, she has it on her left hand. I have it on my right. I need her to bite on it and death roll a crocodile. You co-parent this OC? No, she's mine. She's totally mine. But a long time ago, I was struggling with her design, so I asked my friend if they could help me with designing her, and they did. I need her to bite on it like she's a bear named Demon Hatchet. All right, who should I do now? Let's draw Elliot. Elliot's the second most relevant. I really love Elliot. She's my favorite. One of my favorites, actually. Need her to pull on it like it's the best Black Friday deal at Walmart. Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. Also, I think Ascargouty said if I am okay with duplicates. Yes, I'm fine with duplicates. Long ass fucking neck. Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. I haven't drawn Diesel ever. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. I'm gonna check something downstairs. Look at the boobs again. Need a Tia music video for this song? Actually, I want to put on Tia's playlist. I have a playlist for her. It's mostly like shitty country music. Well, not shitty country music, but it's got shitty country music in it, so forgive me. But let's see. Husky Fear, thanks for the follow. Where'd they go? Where the fuck did I put them? Oh, there they are. I couldn't fucking find them. Let's go out with a bang. Hag fucker, thanks for the fucking follow. Based.
Oh, Atlas OC requests. Is it okay if one was to request one of your characters interacting with someone else's? Sonic, for example.
No. That would just be a regular sketch request. Crumple gets prettier with every stream announcement. I did like how that one came out. Which one was it? I have these glasses, these earrings in real life. I don't know why I was thinking about glasses. It's so cute. It's rock, paper, scissors. These two are a lot bigger than the rest of them. I heard bunny suits. I drew bunny suits earlier. Bramble the Crow, thanks so much for the follow. Here is one bunny suit, though. Hold on, let me resize these. Here's one of them. Okay, I think that Tia is supposed to be a lot taller than that. Diesel is supposed to be shorter. Elliot is supposed to be a lot taller than that. Griffin is supposed to be a lot shorter than that. And Rosalia is fine as she is. Anyway, this story that these guys are a part of doesn't really like have a story. I'm just like, I just draw them for funsies. They're all crazy. They're all terrible people. They're all girls because I like them. Oh. Oh, this one's her theme song. Yay. I don't know if you picked up on it yet, but Tia is extremely heavily based off of Trevor from GTA 5. To the point that their initials are the same. Did you say wife material? No, but I'm not gonna stop you. It is your funeral. I'd lose against what? I love her big jacket, but I have to fucking draw her body. Otherwise, I can't figure out what the fuck I'm doing. Professor Lembio, thanks so much for the follow. Everything is difficult. Everything is so difficult. It's all so difficult. It's all so difficult, chat. Oh, God. Who's a character of yours you'd like to see fan art of? Fucking Avery. I love getting fan art of Avery. Happens very rarely, but he's my favorite OC. Avery is very neat. I love that guy. Holy flashback. Yeah, I have to prune out her playlist a little bit because otherwise, besides a couple of very specific choices, it's very good. This has to be one of the ones that leaves. I'm not really a big fan of that song. Allow me to exaggerate a memory or two. Summers lasted longer than we knew. Where nothing really mattered except for me to be with you. But in time we all forgot and we all grew. Your melody sounds as sweet as the first time it was sung, with a little bit more character for show. And by the time your father's heard of all the wrong you've done, then I'm putting out the lantern, find your own way back home. If I've forgotten how to sing before I've sung this song, I'll write it all across the wall before my job is done. And I'll even have the courtesy of admitting I was wrong as the final words before I'm dead and gone. You've never been so divine in accepting your defeat, and I've never been more scared to be alone. If love is not enough to bring my enemies to sleep, then I'm putting out the lantern, find your own way back home. Woohoo! Thank you, Lord Chaos. Chaos. I don't know. I can't read. Hello. Oh yeah, this song is on here. Besides the fact that it is very hardcore, if Tia had like an ideal voice actor or a voice actress, it would be Miley Cyrus. Fly on the wall. Fly on the wall. A little go a long way. Fly on the wall. Fly on the wall. Fly on the wall. Fly on the wall. Oh, dinner's here. Give me 1 second. Look up boobs again. I'm here. And I finally have food. Oh my god, I was so hungry. I don't know who Boobs is, but they look nice. Thank you. Okay. Hmm. The music is making me feel young and spry again. Hmm. Wendigo time? You guys want Wendigoon or Nick Crowley or... Hmm. Is Goon in time? Okay. Mm-hmm. Every time is Goon in time. True. Let me see. Hmm. Hmm. I ain't no buffoon. I'm always down for a goon. Dude, bars. I'm trying to find a good one to watch. Maybe this one. Let's try this one.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Wendigoon. Johnny, go. Johnny be good. Okay. Are you guys ready? All situated and shit? Does this have captions? It's all generated. Okay.
Today we're going to be talking about the 6 unsolved deaths of the Kamar Daban incident. In August of 1993, 7 Kazakhstan hikers took a trip to the Kamar Daban Ridge in southern Siberia. After departing for their trip on August the 2nd, the hiking crew would never be seen again. That is, save for one member who managed to get away that day. However, her account is both troubling and raises more questions than it does answers. So we're going to take a look at the story, the accounts of the survivor as well as other people who were on the mountain that day, as well as take a look at what evidence there is in order to try to make some theories. Now before I get into it, I want to mention that 2 of my friends who do great work in this creepy horror side of the internet that I'm in, Nick Crowley and Cadaver, have both done fantastic videos about this incident as well, and their video links will be in the description. So if this story interests you, I encourage you to check them out, as they both really nailed the presentation of it. So if you're interested, stick around after the ad as we're going to break down what might have really happened that day in the Siberian wilderness. So this hiking group in question was led by the experienced Ludmila Korovina. She was an experienced survivalist who spent most of her free time in the mountains and was known for training people in wilderness survival. At the time of the incident, her daughter, who was only 16 years old, was leading her own groups up the same mountain as well. On this hiking trip, she was joined by 6 of her students, those students being Timur, Alexander, Dennis, Victoria, Tatiana, and Valentina. Ludmila was very meticulous when it came to the planning of these trips, doing things like getting the group together in order to do preliminary training months in advance, and even doing things like plotting out the specific caloric intake that they would all need for their days in the wilderness. Now, the Kamar-Daban Pass is a fairly popular hiking spot in southern Siberia. As a matter of fact, the same day that this hiking group went out to make their voyage on August the 2nd of 1993, there were 3 other similar groups on the mountain that same day. Despite it being August, the trails of the Kamar-Daban region are so elevated that it's not uncommon for the temperature to get around 30 even in the summer months. However, for experienced hikers who packed warm jackets, this wasn't an issue. The goal was for the group to set out into the woods on August the 2nd, spend about a week before making their way back to civilization around August 9th. As mentioned, Ludmila's daughter was leading her own hiking groups, and on this day she was one of the other 3 groups who was on the mountain as well. Ludmila and her daughter had set up a plan that throughout the journey they would cross several intersection points so that they could meet with each other, make sure everyone's okay before continuing their journey. Everything seemed to be fine on the first 2 days of this journey until on August the 4th when
Stop
a heavy
watching his
rainstorm
lips.
hit. The other groups who
My
were on
God.
the mountain said
He's
that the
mealy.
rain and wind was intense, even blowing down trees and causing tents to be picked up off the ground. The next day, on August the 5th, Ludmila's daughter waited at the next meetup point that her mother's group was supposed to come to. However, Ludmila never came, and her daughter just assumed it's because they were slowed down by the rainstorm. Her daughter, not yet knowing of the tragedy that happened on the morning of August the 5th. Ludmila's group didn't make any of the other rendezvous meets they were supposed to after that, but again, her daughter just assumed it was because of the rainstorm. That was until August the 9th when a group of kayakers were making their way down a river in the region, came across a girl who was standing on shore and screaming for them to help. Whenever the kayakers stopped to see if she was okay, she immediately ran to them and began hugging them and crying. This girl, who was later identified as Valentina Udovchenko, said that her entire group had been killed and she was the sole survivor. This group of kayakers took Valentina with them, and the next day on August the 10th, she managed to make it to a police station and tell them what had happened. However, bizarrely, the search didn't begin until 2 weeks later. And then 2 days after that, on August the 26th, the bodies of the 6 others were found. The bodies were all found in a clearing above a nearby tree line. They were all grouped within a few hundred feet of each other, and considering that they had been left outside for nearly a month at this point, were in various stages of decomposition. After the bodies were brought back, they were all diagnosed as hypothermia being the cause of death, save for Ludmila, who was diagnosed as having a heart attack. We'll poke holes in this and look at further details in a minute, but I'm just getting the main narrative out of the way first. Suspiciously, despite the cause of death being ruled as 6 cases of hypothermia and 1 of cardiac arrest, they also found signs of pulmonary bruising, pulmonary edema, as well as protein deficiency. The diagnosis of hypothermia as well as the protein deficiency led several people in the local media to say that Ludmila had been arrogant and brought these kids into the woods and ended up killing them. The primary narrative of people at the time was that she was too hard on the people that she was hiking with, and considering that some of these kids were as young as 15, she essentially pushed them too hard in the midst of a rainstorm, and that's what caused them to die. Valentina rejected this, however, she would not give her account of the situation for 25 years. Valentina told her story to the police and then a year later finally told her parents, to which telling them the story caused her to have a mental breakdown. She moved far away from the region, but even then was harassed by members of the media as well as investigators for decades to come. Finally, in 2017, after 25 years, Valentina told her side of the story to a reporter. According to Valentina, everything was going well up until the rainstorm previously mentioned on August the 4th. That night, the group was unable to start a campfire, however, they managed to set up 2 tents and go to sleep, despite being rather cold. The next morning, they did manage to start a campfire and had breakfast before they set off on their hike. At this time, they had already made it to the highest point they were going to travel and was beginning their descent. It wasn't long after packing up camp and beginning their descent down the mountain that they heard Alexander scream at the back of the group. Whenever the group turned around, Valentina said that Alexander was bleeding from the mouth and eyes. As he continued to scream, he began to froth at the mouth before he fell on the ground and started convulsing. This caused everyone to panic except for Ludmilla, who ran to him and tried to help. Ludmilla ran to Alexander and told the rest of the group to go wait in the tree line to make sure they're safe. However, as soon as the rest began to move, they heard Ludmilla scream, to which they turned around and the same thing was happening to her.
Oh my God.
The blood from the eyes and mouth, as well as the frothing and
soda.
convulsions began. The group immediately ran to help the two, with Tatiana arriving there first. However, it wasn't long until the same thing began happening to Tatiana, with the added mention that she was scratching her throat as well. Valentina ran to Tatiana to try to drag her away because the group began to realize maybe there's something in that specific spot, to which, as she was, Tatiana bit Valentina, causing her to let go. It was then, according to Valentina, that Tatiana crawled over to a rock and began bashing her head on it until she quit moving. The four that were left began to panic. Valentina froze in place while Dennis went to hide behind a rock. The two others, Victoria and Tamur, began to run down the hill towards the tree line when all of a sudden they were both overcome at the same time. The same symptoms as Tatiana occurred to them, from the bleeding from the face and the scratching of the throat. However, they also began to strip their clothes off. Dennis ran to Valentina, managed to shake her out of it, and said that they need to get out of there. And as they were running, Dennis began coughing and spitting up blood as well, to which Valentina panicked and just kept running. She made her way deep into the woods, to which she set up a small tent and slept for the night, expecting the same thing that killed the rest of the group to kill her as well. However, when she woke up hours later, she realized that she did have a chance to survive, and if she was going to do that, that meant she had to get food. So she made her way back up to the hill from where the group came from and scavenged the food off of the bodies. Whenever she went back to the bodies, they were all lying in the same place that she had last seen them, and she was able to take things she needed from their supply bags without being overcome by whatever took them. She knew that power lines ran along the ridge in the region, so for the next few days she followed the power lines until she managed to make her way to the river, to which she was spotted by the kayakers 4 days later. This is a very different story than everyone dying of hypothermia. However, this account does match with the details of the group being in an open area a few hundred feet apart from each other, but the bizarre symptoms of their death doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. So now that we have all the official records of the story as well as Valentina's account, let's look at some of the evidence that's here to see if that can help us figure out what happened. The first thing I want to do is poke holes in the hypothermia theory. Yes, they were in a region that is cold even in the summers. However, this was a very experienced group of hikers who had done hikes similar to this and much worse than this many times in the past. And while the rain was unexpected and does make the trip more difficult, there were several other groups in the region who didn't have a problem. Regional guide at the time, Valery Tartanikov, in regards to the situation, said that it should have been totally impossible for them to freeze to death in the middle of August, especially since they were able to build a fire that morning. And whenever researchers found the bodies, they went a little ways up the hillside and found the spot where the fire was built. So yeah, it was cold the night before from the rain, but there is actual evidence as well as Valentina's account that they were able to warm up around the fire the next morning. And several investigators in the case have noted that they weren't properly prepared for a cold rainstorm. And while that may be true, everyone in the region was underpacked because no one expected a rainstorm. And again, they all made it out okay. And to really put the nail in the whole hypothermia theory, the deputy head of search and rescue at the time in that area, Leonid Ismailov, said that upon investigating the bodies, they all had sealed plastic bags that contained cold weather gear. So however cold they got, they didn't think it was cold enough to break open a plastic bag that had warm clothes and a sleeping bag in it. So the official account is that they all froze to death, but didn't think it was worth unpacking their sleeping bag or going through the trouble of changing clothes. Not to mention that Valentina survived the freezing cold and then another 4 days by herself in the same climate, as well as, again, everyone else who was on the mountain at that time. Here's the other thing. Hypothermia is a notoriously hard to determine cause of death during an autopsy. And while there are symptoms that point towards hypothermia, like frost erythema or Wisniewski spots, these are only seen in some very extreme cases of hypothermia. So that doesn't mean that just because a body does not have these signs, that it wasn't killed by hypothermia. So on this very hard to diagnose cause of death, what was the medical examiner's official reasoning for calling it hypothermia? He said that it was, quote, signs of general cooling and no nutrients in the muscles. Yeah. Signs of general cooling can mean literally anything, as in it was cold. And while a lack of nutrients in the muscles can be credited to hypothermia, it can also be credited to things like a lack of protein or just general fatigue. So even if you don't take Valentina's account of what happened into account, through the evidence we are given, I think we can safely throw the hypothermia theory out the window. The other popular theory was the theory that was believed by most at the time.
Didn't the woman say one of them had their head caved in with a rock? Yeah, I feel like because one of them was slamming her head against it. I don't think that her head caved in, but she was slamming her head against it. I don't know why. I don't know. It's very strange.
Which was that Ludmilla's arrogance caused the death of the group. The evidence for this is things like local trail guides said Ludmilla would regularly take groups into the mountains and come back early because they couldn't take the intensity of the trip. And whenever they found that campsite I mentioned earlier, which was
I guess
the
it wasn't
last
enough to
campsite
kill
they
her,
set
it was just
up
enough to
before the
knock her
group
out.
began to die off, they only found one empty can of beans there, which led people to believe that she made one can of beans and made all 7 of them eat out of it, so she was starving them. However, Valentina heavily resents this theory, and as a matter of fact, this theory is one of the main reasons that she took so long to tell her side of the story, afraid that the outlandish nature of it would cause people to think that she was just covering for Ludmilla. However, as Valentina points out, these people were friends for a long time and had gone on several trips together. She says that Ludmilla was so specific about the group being well fed that she had plotted out how each of them would intake 2,400 calories each day on their journey. However, I keep saying this, but it keeps being the hole in all of the media's main theories. No matter how hard she was on them or how much of a bad idea it was to be on the mountain at this time, a lot of other people were on the mountain at this time, including Valentina, and they were all fine. The other point of evidence people point to say that Ludmilla caused their deaths is that detail I mentioned earlier, that they each had a protein deficiency in their system at the time of death. But according to Valentina, as well as other hikers who knew Ludmilla, she was known to go up into the mountains and forage for things like golden root, which is a plant that can be eaten. So they were taking in calories and eating, it just wasn't necessarily protein, which would explain the protein deficiency. And whenever the hikers' bodies were found, they all had golden root in their backpacks, which further disproves that theory. Also, as a final weird note in all of this, so whenever the bodies were found, the mention that Valentina had that 2 of them began stripping off their clothes, that was seen as one of them was just wearing an undershirt and one of the guys had just taken his shirt off completely. However, perhaps more bizarrely, 3 of the bodies had taken their shoes off. Now, if you're going with the hypothermia theory, there are some weird cases of people freezing to death in the wilderness, and in their final moments they began taking their clothes off. But that's normally in cases where someone's been freezing over the course of a couple weeks, and in their final moments have like this final adrenaline rush that overcomes them. And if you're going off the theory that Ludmilla got them all so weak to the point of death, except for Valentina for some reason, who was able to run for 4 more days by herself. The idea of these people being too weak to walk, but then they suddenly just throw off their shoes and then die is kind of weird. Plus, and this is probably the most obvious thing you're thinking of at this point in the story, all the bodies were found in a few hundred feet of each other going towards the tree line. So the chances, if it was hypothermia or starvation or whatever, of all of them getting really ill and collapsing in like the same short span of time, again except for Valentina, who lived for another 4 days, doesn't make any sense. Also, keep in mind all these theories are assuming that Valentina made up her entire story to either cover for Ludmilla or just to troll, I guess. So now that we've gotten rid of the normie theories, let's talk about the cool, weird internet theories, to which there's only one I would really put any weight to. The first of which was mentioned by members of the search and rescue crew, is altitude sickness. Altitude sickness is whenever someone gets to like low pressure environments in very high altitude, and it can cause heart issues and breathing problems. However, altitude sickness that would kill you is only in really extreme climates and altitude changes. And the bodies were found at 2,300 feet above sea level, which for one isn't that high up, and also this was on their way back down. So if they were going to experience altitude sickness and all die at once within a few hundred feet of each other, they would have done it way further up the mountain. And even the search and rescue crew who found the bodies said that this is a pretty far
He-Man,
reach.
thanks for the
Another
follow.
theory is the idea of food poisoning. As mentioned, Ludmilla was known for foraging for food on the journey itself and would do things like eat mushrooms. So one of the theories is that she fed the group bad mushrooms. However, she was very experienced with foraging and probably wouldn't have made the mistake of eating a super dangerous plant. In the research I did into goldenroot, it is possible for some strains of goldenroot to be bad and cause you to become ill. However, like worst case scenario, if you were to eat pounds of bad goldenroot, is you would probably throw up and get a headache, and that's like it. So if it was food poisoning, it would have to be something that was a one-off standalone event, like that specific can of beans being contaminated, and again, Valentina not touching it. So circumstantial at best. Another theory is ozone poisoning. The idea that it rained a lot and caused parts of the ozone to come down and poison just them and no one else. One of my favorite theories that I don't think has any weight to it is the idea of infrasound. See, this case is so weird that people in the region have said, well, maybe, you know, it was a big windstorm. The wind had the perfect speed passing through the mountains that it made an infrasound that caused their brains to like explode or something. There is the theory that the military murdered the entire group and Valentina was, I'm not kidding, forced to sign an NDA saying that she didn't see anything and she made up the whole eyes and mouth bleeding story. So the idea is that the military wipes out an entire group of hikers and the leader and then sees the one girl who survived and is like, hey, sign this legal contract. And of course the theory that they were murdered by the Yeti, which for some reason seems more plausible than the military one, because if it was me, I would feel more obligated to sign an NDA from a Yeti than I would the government. The final theory, which is the only one I give any amount of credence to, is the nerve gas theory. It's no secret that in the past, especially during the Cold War, Russia developed several biochemical weapons. Nerve gas specifically can enter through the mouth or skin in some cases, and whenever it's taken into the body,
Exploding
can
a bunch
cause
of random
symptoms
hikers
like
with my
blood
mind
from
for
the
fun
eyes and
one day.
mouth, as well as frothing and convulsions. This would also explain details of Valentina's story, like people scratching at their throats as they were dying, as they would have been able to literally feel the lining of their lungs and throat peeling off and coming up as blood. I again want to mention Cadaver's video on this topic because he had a very plausible route for which this could have happened, in which he found evidence that a chemical weapon known as Novichok, which is a type of nerve gas, was in development and testing up until 1993. And it's not a secret that many of Russia's weapon testing was conducted in the Siberian mountains. And while, yeah, it would have been way too high vis for the government to just be like, oh, let's test out this nerve gas
we
on
used too many
these 7
bullets. We
random
can't
hikers.
spare one more for this
We
last
know that they were
because boss would be
developing
mad.
Novichok in 93 and quite possibly in the region. So what's to say there wasn't a kind of
Ain't no
gas
way
leak?
you're watching white woman true crime docs. Dude, I do this all the time. I fucking love true crime docs. Why are you a hater? Why are you a hater of my whimsy and joy? I'm watching Wendigoon. It's not a crime. It's also not a crime. It is an interesting... Their brains just did that. Their brains just did that. Suburban paperwoman. Actually, I live in the middle of a shitty part of a city, like right in the middle of the city. I'm not suburban, I'm urban. Also, yeah, how was the... No. How was the meet and greet? Hold on, come back. Can one not enjoy a simple goon? This is democracy manifest. True. It was good? Hell yeah, man. I hope that you had a lovely time. Hold on. A succulent Wendigoon meal. I don't know if I'd use all of those words to describe what we're doing right now, but I am hanging the fuck out, okay? And this is one of the only things... Hey, Joe, look at these boobs. This is like one of the only things that I can watch on this stream. Even though I want to watch movies, I can't because I'm on stream. A long time ago, I saw a streamer watching My Little Pony on stream. I don't know how she did that. Anyway, tits. What was I gonna do? Oh, yeah. We listened to interesting intellectual videos here, video essays. It's not all true crime, except sometimes it is, but not all the time. Sometimes it is. I had a large chocolate bunny. Okay.
Nerve gas can take 4 to 5 months to fully evaporate. And
Wow.
Novichok specifically, as mentioned by Cadaver, is incredibly lethal and can even be absorbed through the skin. So it would only take very trace amounts of it in order to kill
It was a
someone.
hollow one.
Furthermore, gases like nerve gas are particularly heavy in the environment and tend to lay low near the ground. And weaponized gas forms like this are very pliable to rainwater. In other words, if you have a contaminated area and then it rains, that will cause the contaminant to flow out into surrounding regions. So here's the most plausible theory, and I know this requires a lot of circumstantial evidence and coincidental things to happen, but considering how odd this case is, it's the best we got. The Russians were testing Novichok or some other nerve gas at a very high elevation months before the group ever came to the region. After the tests were completed, the military left the nerve gas up there to dissipate because there's really nothing else you can do with it, and everything was fine until on August the 4th when a heavy wind and rainstorm came. And if you'll remember, things like nerve gas are very heavy in the atmosphere, which means they would have rolled over the sides of the mountains and traced their way down the mountain.
Democracy
itself.
Manifest
From there, the
vid?
group
Oh
would
no,
have had
I
to
thought you were
have
just
only
being silly.
breathed in or even touched little pockets of the gas itself in order to take in a fatal dose. This would explain, according to Valentina's account, why Alexander screamed, had the symptoms. When someone ran to him, which would have been the same pocket of gas, the same thing happened, and then to a third person as well. Potentially at that point, the gas was working its way down the hillside and was just enough to hit the other three, leaving Valentina very lucky as she managed to get by the pockets of gas itself. This would also explain why several hours later, whenever she returned to the same bodies that had been affected, she was totally fine, because at that point, the gas pockets had moved on. Remember the pulmonary edema and pulmonary bruising that I mentioned earlier? Well, pulmonary bruising, or bruising on the inside of your alveoli themselves, most often comes from people who inhale contaminants.
My
Furthermore,
raviola.
the pulmonary edema, or liquid in the lungs, is a common symptom seen with people who are exposed to nerve gas. However, by the time the bodies were found, they were so decomposed that if there was blood on the skin or a nerve agent in the lungs, it would have been gone at that point. Also, remember that detail I mentioned at the beginning, that whenever Valentina came to the police and said that her friends had died on the mountain and gave the private account of what happened, how it took them 2 weeks to get up there? Well, several have theorized that perhaps the police were aware of military weapon testing on top of the mountain itself, and they were simply waiting to make sure that all of the gas was expelled from the area. You could even take this a step further if you wanted to, and say that perhaps the reason a very circumstantial case of hypothermia was ruled as hypothermia is because the medical examiner knew not to intervene with government weapon testing, but I'll leave all the crazy conspiracy stuff to you guys for now. And while I understand that this story requires a lot of different moving parts and a lot of different specific details to work in specific ways, like the gas affected just this group and none of the other groups on the mountain, considering how bizarre the scenario itself is, I really do think it's the best we got. Either way, I feel that the Kamar Daban incident will always be
Kamar
remembered
Daban.
as one of the most bizarre and unsettling, unexplained mysteries to come out of the world's wilderness. And while horrific and terrible, I believe the details of it, as well as the theories around it, are going to continue to be theorized about, such as I'm doing right now, for many years to come. And if you're still here, then you're probably weird like I am, and think that it's interesting to take a look at all the horrific and disturbing, and I'm right there with you.
Exactly.
So I just want to say Thank you for watching.
You're
this story has
welcome.
always interested me. A lot of people compare it to like the D'Altiv Pass, which is when 9 people died under mysterious
I do know.
circumstances in Siberia.
Oh, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking of
That
Dyatlov.
one's been kind of explained. There's been enough research done that people can
Dispatch
confidently say
BT,
it was
thanks for the
probably an
follow.
avalanche
Welcome
that
in.
killed them, and then the weird situation
Snow
of their
glues
bodies.
white on the
like,
mountain tonight, not a footprint to be seen. A kingdom of isolation, and it looks like I'm the queen. The wind is howling like this swirling storm inside. Couldn't keep it in, heaven knows I tried. Will you shut up about Democracy Manifest? What is it? Don't let them in, don't let them see. Be the good girl you always had to be. Thank you for the pet pet. Oh wait, I have seen this. I have seen this before, but I haven't seen it in full.
Just a moment, you just assured me that I could speak.
Sit down inside the car. We're not assuring anything. We're under arrest.
Look, I'm under what?
Come on.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis! This is the bloke who got me on the penis before. Why did you do this to me? Hop in the car. For what reason? What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal?
A succulent Chinese
Nice
meal?
headlock, sir. Ah, yes. I see that you know your judo well.
Judo way.
Good one. And you, sir,
Femi fell.
are you
Thanks for the
waiting to
6
receive
months.
my limp penis? How dare get your hands off me. Ta-ta and farewell.
They have to put him in the fucking
One cup.
car like a piece of luggage. Oh. This is so me, by the way.
We're under arrest.
This guy, this man right here, this man right here, he's so me.
Look, this Democracy Manifest.
Democracy
Have a look at the
Manifest.
headlock here. See that chap over there?
Look
Get
at
your
the
hand off my
deadlock.
penis!
Get
This is the
your
bloke who got me on the
hand
penis
off my
before.
penis.
Why did you do this to me? Hop in the car.
Oh my god, I love him.
What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal?
A succulent Chinese
Oh,
meal?
that's a nice headlock, sir.
Bro speaks like he researches lost artifacts in South America in the 1960s. Bro speaks as if he if he has a really cool idea for a dinosaur park one day. I can see you trying Avery in this situation. I was totally thinking that this is also super Avery. It's like Avery when he's drunk. A succulent Chinese meal. He says ahoy instead of hello. True. Oh. Oh my god, there's a fucking video about it. Hold on.
What's the best video on the internet? The best one. When people ask me this question, I always go for this one from the 2016 Libertarian presidential debates.
Should someone have to have a government-issued license to drive a car?
Hell no.
What's next? Requiring a license to make toast in your own damn toaster?
The license to drive? You know, I'd like to see some competency exhibited by people before they drive.
I don't mind libertarians. I know some smart people who are libertarians.
It is amazing you've never seen it before. I have. I just, like, It's been so long that Democracy Manifest and Succulent Chinese Meal just kind of like separated themselves from each other in my brain.
But come on! I love this video so much that whenever I hear anyone say, hell no, I mentally autocomplete, what's next? Requiring a license to cook toast in your own damn toaster? But is this the best video on the internet? It's a classic, but if you ask enough people, I'm reasonably confident that one of the top candidates will be a video so indelibly stamped into the cultural memory of the internet that it's been a meme for over 15 years, possibly beating out even Rick Astley as the longest lasting meme that's never become dated. You know him, you love him, get your hands off his penis.
Just a moment, you just assured me that I could speak.
Sit down inside the car. We're not assuring anything. We're under arrest.
Look, I'm under what?
I'm under what?
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis! This is the bloke who got me on the penis before. Get some cups. Why did you do this to me? Up in the car. Get some cups. For what reason? What is the charge? Eating a meal? A
succulent Chinese meal?
Oh, that's a nice headlock, sir. Oh, yes. I see that you know your judo well. Good one. And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limp penis? Now, get your hands off me.
Get your hands off me.
But wait, do you know him? If you've ever owned a Wi-Fi compatible device, you've seen this video. But for how well known this video is, there's a lot that isn't well known about it. Who is this man? And why is he being arrested? For years, as this video made the rounds, nobody knew the answer to either of these questions. People assumed that he was being arrested for dining and dashing, much in the way that people just assumed Humpty Dumpty was an anthropomorphic egg. If you inform people that nothing in the original video directly confirms this, they'll be surprised. But yeah, all it suggests that is that he asks if he's being arrested for eating a meal. A succulent Chinese meal, which got people attempting to find the guy's identity to search for records of arrests in Australia, where the video is known to have originated, for dining and dashing. This led to the first theory of the guy's identity, that the man in the video was Paul Charles Dosa, a Hungarian chess master who moved to Australia in the 60s. This theory is incredibly flimsy for a lot of reasons, not least that our guy clearly does not have a Hungarian accent, but I think people glommed onto this theory because it was just so fun.
In my idol era, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. I love that I love that username. That's so cute. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope that you had a lovely stream. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I hope that you had a good time. What were you up to? We are watching a video about the source of that guy who said, "Am I being arrested for having a meal? A succulent Chinese meal?" We're in the point of the fucking night where I've eaten dinner and thus my belly is big and round and I am full and sleepy. Voop chat and repo. Hell yeah. This is Democracy Manifest. Oh my god. I love that video. A succulent Chinese meal. A succulent Chinese meal has been what sticks in my brain for the whole time. Like, that's been the piece of that video that stayed with me more than anything else. It's a really old video, so I saw it like years and years ago, and then and now I'm like, oh right, these are from the same thing.
Paul Charles Dosa was one hell of a character. He was a compulsive diner and dasher, allegedly arrested over 100 times all over the world for staying and dining in 5-star hotels, complimenting the food and demonstrating his detailed knowledge of high cuisine and wine, and then skipping out without paying. Dosa was described by people who knew him through the chess world as a con artist who wore expensive suits and claimed descent from Hungarian nobility. Once, After refusing to pay for a $119 Australian meal, he purportedly called the cops on himself, with the claimed motive of getting himself listed in the Guinness Book of World Records for the most arrests for dining and dashing. Dosa was wanted by Interpol and the governments of at least 4 countries, and by the time he was reported dead in 2003, he used so many aliases that neither the police nor his friends believed he had really died. He also has an archived GeoCities page that suggests he was probably schizophrenic, and also confirms something we kinda already knew, that despite having probably been arrested for eating a succulent Chinese meal at some point, he is not the protagonist of the legendary video. I'd love to go further down the Paul Dosa rabbit hole, but he's not our guy. So who is? One thing worth noting is that while this video is definitely from Australia, the cops in the video clearly have Aussie accents, and sharp-eyed viewers further narrowed down the origin to Brisbane from the cops' uniforms. Not only does our hero not have a Hungarian accent, that's not an Australian accent either. That's like a masterpiece theatre upper-class British accent. Another theory speculated that it was the London-born Australian politician John Bartlett, who supposedly looks like our guy. I don't see it, but I have prosopagnosia, so what do I know? This was also a flimsy theory that's fun to believe. Aussies seem to love making up embarrassing restaurant-related stories about their politicians. I was gonna say, this is, after all, a country where Scott Morrison, the future Prime Minister, once shat himself in a McDonald's, but I looked that up and found that it's a myth. There is a plaque at that McDonald's commemorating the rumor, though. Getting back on topic, a prevailing theory had become that the video was staged, commemorating the rumor.
It was at this spot in the evening of the 20th September 1997 that Scott Morrison defecated his pants after the Cronulla Sharks lost the Super League Grand Final to the Brisbane Broncos. Oh my god.
Getting back on topic, a prevailing theory had become that the video was staged. Why was it shot from multiple angles? Completely apart from the guy's stentorian speaking style and incredibly quotable retorts, why was the audio quality, specifically for Mr. Succulent, so good? People began to believe that it was a reenactment of one of Paul Dosa's arrests, with an actor for a news broadcast about him, but no TV news report about the exploits of Paul Dosa ever surfaced. And then, in 2020, the man in the video came forward at last, and his story was wilder than anyone could have imagined. Buckle the fuck up. As far as I know, even though approximately everyone on Earth knows his face and his voice, the full story behind Mr. Jack Carlson and his succulent Chinese meal has never been told on YouTube before, and it involves Nazis, daring jailbreaks, prison playwrights, and the Australian equivalent of Charles Manson. I'm your host, Tor Parsons. These are my co-hosts, Jollibee the Durian and Thimble the Doll, and welcome to Tor's Cabinet of Curiosities.
Wait, shit. Audio jungle, audio jungle, audio jungle, audio jungle, audio jungle.
Released a music video for a song in March 2020. In March 2020, the Australian punk band The Chats released a music video for a song called Dine and Dash.
I wanna go out and fill my gob, but I don't have a fucking job. I can't afford a proper fee. I just wish I could eat.
Somehow, they and The Chats released a music video for a song called Dine and Dash.
This fucks. I love it. Okay, that's in my playlist now.
Somehow, they got the original guy to feature at the beginning of the video. Somehow, they got the original guy to feature at the beginning of the video, doing an enfeebled but unmistakable impression of his 69 seconds of fame.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
Manifest.
Ta-ta and farewell.
The media still had no idea who he was, reporting his name in connection with the chat's video as Paul Charles Dosa. Then the real guy came forward and began doing the press circuit, proving much more convincingly that he was Mr. Democracy Manifest.
We're supposed to be living in a democracy, and here they're dragging me out of a restaurant after enjoying halfway through a succulent Chinese meal. That's what I thought. Well, gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
His name was either Jack Carlson or Cecil George Edwards, both of which he'd gone by for large parts of his life. It seemed he was a friendly, elderly, mild-mannered artist, living out in rural Queensland, the state where Brisbane is the capital, painting pictures, many of which depicted his arrest. As his paintings, and the fact that they regularly sold for hundreds of dollars, suggest, he was locally known in Queensland as the succulent Chinese meal guy, long before his identity was public on the internet. Which makes me wonder what other iconic internet mysteries have an answer sitting there in plain sight if you just ask the right people. But once Carlson's identity hit the headlines, journalists discovered that the story of his arrest was murky and acquired a bit of a Rashomon effect, since nobody involved, not the cops, not the TV news crew, nor Carlson himself, expected that day to be remembered decades later by millions of people. For the cops, arresting an unruly drunk guy was Tuesday. For the news crew, covering an arrest was Tuesday. For Jack Carlson, as we will see, getting arrested on unclear charges and theatrically making a scene of it was Tuesday. Most of the people involved in that video have surfaced since Carlson did, but their stories contradict, and even to this day, it's not universally agreed upon why he was being arrested or why a whole TV crew was set up to film the arrest from multiple angles. Here's what I've gathered to be the most accurate story, I think. That fateful day, October 11th, 1991, which was actually a Friday, Carlson had used a credit card at his favorite Greasy Spoon Chinese restaurant in suburban Brisbane. The card rang up under a name other than the one he usually gave to the restaurant staff. Meanwhile, some other regular customer of the restaurant, unidentified to this day, had been using a stolen American Express card for the past several weeks, including many times at that restaurant. It just so happened that around lunchtime on that Friday, a private fraud investigator from American Express walked into the restaurant expecting that the staff would know about any regular customer who seemed suspicious.
Okay, PRP,
Carlson
I go pee.
was there, eating a succulent Chinese meal, as he often did, and because of his use of aliases, a waiter told the investigator that Carlson must be the guy he's looking for. Then, in order to get the police down there as quickly as possible, the investigator called the cops and announced, with no evidence to back up this claim, that one of Queensland's most wanted was in the restaurant. Someone from the Queensland State Police Fraud Squad tipped off the 7 News crime reporter Chris Reason, who rushed a camera crew down to that restaurant to catch what seemed like it was going to be a big arrest. The original narration, removed from the video that was later uploaded to YouTube, described the arrest as a case of mistaken identity, since he certainly wasn't one of Queensland's most wanted. Turns out, by then at least, Carlson was just a weirdo with a lot of aliases. He was no big-shot criminal, but he did know his prisons well. Much later, he claimed that he made a scene so that he would be seen as a crazy person and placed in a mental hospital rather than a prison, since those are easier to escape from. He would know. Sure enough, while Carlson was not put in a mental hospital, he was kept overnight at the Central Jail in Brisbane, only to be nowhere to be found in the morning. Police speculated that he had conned a guard into thinking he was to be released on bail. From then on, they couldn't track him down any better than the internet could, since he had given his name as Cecil George Edwards, his birth name, and by then in his daily life, he only ever went by Jack Carlson. Besides, the cops thought he'd probably been framed for credit card fraud by the American Express investigator, so who cared? But Carlson's record was not remotely clean, and being arrested seemingly just for having a suspiciously shifting identity, denouncing his captors in a booming voice, and then escaping from where he was temporarily being kept and disappearing for decades was the most Jack Carlson thing ever. Most of this video is sourced from the work of Mark Dappen, a true crime reporter who wrote a book called Carnage, A Succulent Chinese Meal, Mr. Rent-A-Kill, and the Australian Manson Murders. As the title suggests, there is a lot going on under the hood. Long before his shifting aliases caught up to him over a succulent Chinese meal, Carlson was a member of an Australian criminal underworld that I found shocking in both its brutality and its pettiness. Yes, we're getting much darker in this episode than you expected. Dappen's book goes by in a blur of names and crimes, often following thugs whose lives almost never intersected with Carlson's, for several chapters at a time until it finally circles back to Carlson. These people are not really worth dignifying by calling them gangsters. Gangsters have organizational structures. Their crimes are planned for financial gain or at least for revenge. The people in Carlson's orbit called themselves Crims, simply an abbreviation of criminals. They committed crimes for crime's sake. All over this book are stories of random shopkeepers murdered in stick-ups gone wrong, in which the assailant only ever took a few dollars from the till. People get killed or snitched on just for rumors that they're spreading rumors. Other than operating some semi-legal nightclubs and paying cops to look the other way, or even paying them to work as bouncers, these Australian crims didn't involve themselves in drug smuggling or large-scale fraud or any other form of organized crime, nor did they even have gang colors, territory, or symbols. I guess I could call several of the characters Carlson interacted with serial killers. Serial killers kill because they enjoy killing. That seems to be the only motive for a lot of the crimes committed in this book, but I'm used to thinking of serial killers as a solitary bunch. People that fucked up don't often find a community of gregarious friends who are as fucked up as them, except, it seems, for a little while in 1970s Australia. This book is the closest real-life thing I've ever read to the convention of serial killers in the Sandman comics. And yes, I know, Sandman is still good though. And yet, we don't know that much about the details of these crimes because the Crims lied, but the cops constantly, systematically lied too. The way Dappen depicts the 1970s Australian justice system really makes me go, now this is a country founded by criminals. I was gobsmacked to learn that this isn't actually the origin of the phrase kangaroo court. In the 1970s in Australia, police would regularly provide confessions known as verbals from accused criminals. A verbal was a transcript drawn up by a police officer in which the accused purportedly confessed to all their alleged crimes, gave a story for what made them do it, and often confessed to whatever other unsolved crimes in the area the cops wanted to close. Confession transcripts were supposed to end with the signature of the accused to prove they were real, but a verbal would always be a transcript of an interview with a surprisingly cooperative criminal who at the end suddenly refused to sign the transcript, claiming some esoteric criminal code of honor. The judges ate it up, even after cops regularly served them the same repetitive stories over and over again. There was practically a Mad Libs format for verbals. For years, until the whole verbal racket was unearthed, the press and the courts in Australia claimed that criminals had a code of honor that prevented them exclusively from signing anything. Because of verbals, and because crims often bragged about committing crimes that they didn't, there's almost nothing about Jack Carlson's wild years that we can say happened for certain. All we have is the series of interviews Carlson did with Mark Dappen in 2021, and if there's one thing we know about Carlson, it's that he's a garrulous storyteller who loves an audience. With that in mind, though, let's get into the long, strange story
Jimmy
that
Bobbyson
ended
said he was
in the
both planes at the same
reception of
time. Crikey!
Carlson's limp penis. Jack Carlson was born Cecil George Edwards in Queensland in 1942. He had a rough childhood, raised by a single mother who couldn't afford to raise him and his brother Alan, so from age 7 onward, young Cecil was raised in a series of increasingly abusive orphanages. The culture of the kids in those places was all about how to steal, how to escape, and how to avoid authority. For good reason, since some of those orphanages were investigated for being cruel even by the standards of that era. By Cecil's teens, he had already been arrested for stealing cars and robbing liquor stores. At age 17, he was what was known as a bodgie, which was the Australian equivalent of a 1950s greaser. He began going by Mason. After one brief stint in jail for robbing a convenience store with his bodgie buddies, he adopted the name Jack Carlson, which he went by on and off for the rest of his life. He never explained where this name came from or why he started going by that name. Even then, people who knew him remember him as an identity-shifting performer at heart. In the 1960s, Carlson briefly began following the straight and narrow path, marrying a woman named Margaret and having a daughter, Barbara, in 1965. Not much is known of what became of Barbara. Jack and Monica Carlson ran a pest control business in Mackay, a mid-sized city in northern Queensland. Carlson was never a particularly stable person, though, and not long after the birth of Barbara, he was arrested for being drunk in public, after which his fingerprints were matched to several larger crimes over the previous years, all across eastern Australia. He was incarcerated for 3 months in Brisbane, then transported by rail from there to Maryborough, a small town where he'd once robbed an unspecified business, to stand trial for that crime. On the train to Maryborough, Carlson staged the first of many daring escapes. He had been handcuffed to a cop and another prisoner going to Maryborough on an unrelated charge, and when the cop fell asleep on the train, he picked the lock on his handcuffs with his belt buckle, slipped away, and jumped off the end of the train as it stopped to let another train pass.
Oh my God.
Comically easy getaway. He slipped past police roadblocks set up to catch him by giving his name as Jack Carlson and providing appropriate documentation that that was his name, since the name he'd given when he was arrested for public drunkenness was another alias, Helmut Markson, and the authorities later found out that his birth name was Cecil George Edwards, but they didn't know that he now usually went by Jack Carlson. He didn't stay on the straight and narrow path for long. Carlson was then caught, less than a year later, for some fraud scheme with his business, and once again, the authorities discovered a long list of outstanding crimes and escapes on his rap sheet. This time, he was incarcerated down in Victoria, the southernmost state on the Australian mainland, because of a robbery he'd committed in Melbourne. His prison was the McLeod Prison Farm, on a marshy island in a bay south of Melbourne. Not quite an Australian Alcatraz, but close. Nobody had ever successfully escaped from McLeod, until Carlson did, accompanied by an unnamed fellow inmate. Like the train escape, this was not a careful Shawshank Redemption style escape. The two of them camped in a low brush on the wide flat.
Do you think that our raid message should be something about the succulent Chinese meal? I think our raid message should be succulent Chinese meal or something, something close to it. So brainstorm. We're not done yet, but I'm saying that we should make it the raid message. Maybe we'll make it the raid message for like just permanently. So just start brainstorming while we watch
uncertain
this.
of how they'd get to the mainland, as the guards searched for them with what Carlson later described as a, quote, two-winged aeroplane. What other kinds are there? I mean, I think he meant a biplane, which would have been a real museum beast by 1967 when this took place, but I believe it. What I'm not sure I believe is what allegedly happened next. After days of hiding in the brush, the two of them saw a fishing boat putting in lazy circles off the shore, and at low tide, they waded out to it and asked the person in it, a Scottish fisherman, to take them to the shore. Since he wasn't from around there and didn't know there was a prison on the island, he said, "Sure, laddies." These escapes are incredibly convenient. Then again, there is plenty of documentation on the prison's side of these escapes having taken place, and if Carlson were making up his escapes, I think he'd make himself cleverer and more heroic. But he would get some of those in too. After Carlson broke out of McLeod, he fell in with an old friend of his named Peter Mond, who lived in a little mountain town west of Sydney. Carlson and Mond committed a series of small-scale break-ins until they were arrested, and at his arraignment hearing, Carlson took his flair for the dramatic to its full potential. Carlson and Mond showed up at their court date on time, Mond dressed in rags, and Carlson in a nice suit. Arraignment is a short, simple procedure compared to a full trial, and several arraignments were being performed one after the other in that courtroom. When Carlson and Mond were booked into the holding cells where they would wait until it was their turn to be arraigned, Carlson instructed the other prisoners to yell at him and call him a cop when it was his turn to come out into the courtroom. Not knowing what was going on, they obliged. When Carlson and Mond's names were called, well-dressed Carlson led shabby-dressed Mond out into the courtroom, accompanied by howls of condemnation from the other prisoners. Carlson introduced himself as plainclothes Detective Rogers and asked, feigning confusion, where Carlson and Mond were supposed to be. The constable overseeing the arraignment was confused as well, and he said he thought the detective would know. Carlson said he didn't, and he was just escorting this other defendant to a different courtroom in the same building. And Carlson dragged Mond right out the door to freedom. This is so brazen that I'm torn between this can't be true and you can't make this shit up. It only took a few more days for Carlson and Mond to end up arrested again, and this time, several cops blocked every possible exit to the courthouse where they were tried. Carlson represented himself, as he always did when he was on trial, loudly and floridly proclaiming his innocence in the style we would all come to know and love. If he'd had a better childhood, perhaps he could have been a lawyer, or at least an actor. As it was, Carlson did begin
the real-life Better Call Saul
after he was sentenced in mid-1968 to 8 years in Long Bay Prison in Sydney. Once
I still have the I go pee thing
he
here.
kept on
Let me
working
erase
on
that.
ways to escape, but not while the infamous magistrate Murray Farquhar was visiting. As a known troublemaker and escape artist, Carlson was terrified that Farquhar would move him to the more abusive, higher security Grafton prison. So Carlson had to make
Whoa! Love wins! Why are we saying love wins? Beepers, thank you so much for the raid, dude. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, raiders. My name is Atlas Anarchy. We are watching Democracy Manifest, a succulent Chinese meal. We're watching a video about that. We're watching a video about a guy just going into that video. I don't know. Beepers played Bug Snacks and Love won. Oh yay! I love it when love wins. Oh my god. I'm so happy. I hope that you had a lovely stream. Welcome in, welcome in. For those that don't know me, my name's Atlas Anarchy, and I can't think of anything else. That's it. That's it. That's all that's going on. I am indeed doing awesome sauce. Earlier today we were drawing boobies. If I can, there we go. Yeah. Sorry, she's got quite the rack, but it's not my character. And now I'm just doodling characters that are mine, actually. But yeah, we're gonna be here, we're hanging out for a little bit longer and, vibing. I'll follow for a good boobies. I love boobies. I draw a lot of those. I love a good boobies. Here, I just draw a bunch of my OCs and then like fucking other shit. I don't know. But mostly my OCs, and I draw commissions as well. And yeah, these past few days I've been doing a lot of bunny suits because it's Easter. So here's my OC Yuki. Somebody requested that I drew that. Somebody commissioned me to draw this. Something unrelated. Where's the second one that I did? Oh, here she is. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Bunny suit. Yeah, go ahead. That's all good, Beepers. Don't worry. I'm posturing to your chatters here. Thank you again so much for the raid. I hope that you have a wonderful rest of your night. And then what else? I don't know. I drew this of me yesterday. I keep showing it because I really like how it came out and I want to turn it into a print. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I have a really big soda. Posturing. Watched the video and now motherfucker is taking you over like the symbiote. Do you mean the symbiote? A succulent Chinese meal?
good impact on Farquhar. Hearing that the magistrate loved art, Carlson asked a guard to put an easel and paints in his cell, and, not seeing any way those could be used in an escape, the guard obliged. Carlson told Farquhar that he'd begun to paint while incarcerated, and it had turned his life around, which the stern magistrate accepted. Once Farquhar left, though, Carlson still had all the art supplies, so he decided to actually start painting. And it turned out, to his surprise, that he really was good at it and liked it. After a year in Long Bay, Carlson was transferred to Parramatta, another jail in the Sydney area, where he met Jim McNeil. Behind bars for a series of armed robberies, but no colorful escapes to his name, McNeil was nonetheless every bit as much a character. He was extremely smart and loved poetry, politics, and philosophy. He and Carlson started a debate club at the prison that would invite Sydney University students to come discuss weighty issues with them. By now it was the early 70s, and the wave of campus radicalism from around that time was in full swing. Plenty of college students signed up to visit the prison with the expectation that the prisoners would fit their stereotypes of noble victims oppressed by a cruel carceral state. Carlson and McNeil pretty much did, but the prisoners at large preferred to debate topics like Hitler was good, actually. Much disillusionment was had. Around this time, Carlson, now nicknamed the Hun, also became a legend behind the walls of Parramatta for making Pruno, a disgusting moonshine brewed by fermenting yeast, raisins, and sometimes fig jam from the cafeteria kitchen, hidden in socks. Quoth Carlson, "It was horrible, but it got you drunk." Carlson also became known as Parramatta's artist-in-residence, painting portraits of some of Australia's most notable criminals, which many of them kept once they were released. McNeil, meanwhile, began writing plays, all of which were set in prison, and included characters based on Carlson and his other cellmates. McNeil's plays turned out to be good enough, and easy enough to put on, considering that they all took place in a single prison cell, that he gained some genuine recognition in the theater world as Australia's prison playwright. When they were both transferred to another prison, Carlson and McNeil began putting on plays, both theirs and others, under the name The Mess Hall Players, and were even allowed out on supervised release to perform in theater festivals. One of the plays at the prison, which curious outsiders were allowed to come watch as well, was used as a diversion for two prisoners to escape by clinging to the underside of a van leaving, but that didn't seem to be McNeil and Carlson's main motive for putting on plays. McNeil was released in 1974, into a world experiencing a burst of interest in prison and prison breaks. There was a lot of prison-related pop culture in the mid-70s. Steve McQueen's movie Papillon, about a wrongfully incarcerated French safecracker breaking out of jail, had just been released and was a huge hit in Australia. Alexander Solzhenitsyn's expose into the USSR's Gulag system was selling millions of copies, which got him stripped of his Soviet citizenship. The movies One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, set in a mental hospital but similarly themed, and Midnight Express.
Oh, that's what I wanted to watch tonight. I wanted to watch the One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Being referenced in Airplane.
Joey, have you ever been in a Turkish prison?
Anyway, both those movies were just a few years out from being released. McNeil's prison dramas were put out into the world at the right time. He became an honest-to-God star, marrying the actress Robin Nevin and hobnobbing with Sydney high society. Carlson was released in 1976 and began starring in his friends' plays. Unsurprisingly, people noticed Carlson's acting chops. He began playing minor roles in Aussie cop shows. McNeil is still well known enough today that he has a Wikipedia page, not for his crimes, but for his plays. In 1975, his play How Does Your Garden Grow apparently won the Australian Writers Guild's annual award for the best script in any category. Could be a play, a TV episode, a movie, anything. The page doesn't mention his internet-famous prison friend, but a lot of people who were incarcerated alongside Carlson and McNeil, and some who knew them outside, insist that Carlson was the real writer of McNeil's plays. Some of the dialogue does have a Democracy Manifest feel to it. Life seemed to be on the upswing.
Lovely Leo, thanks for the follow. It turns out Kevin is right, and both men are hypocrites. Tasha is getting up Shaker when they escaped together from the Gosford boys' home, and Shaker was nothing but a pimp. A weak mug that bludgeons beer money off weak moles, says Tosha. A terry tune, a blue moon, anything that rhymes with weak bludgeon. At the close of this one-act play, Kevin is released on bail and steals back his own cigarettes from Tosser.
Fest feel to it. Life
that is definitely written by that guy.
He was out of jail, seemed to have found his calling, didn't have a need or interest in slipping back into a life of crime. He even got married again, to a Yugoslav immigrant named Ivanka Jugum. He called her Eve. Over the latter half of the 70s, they had 2 children. Things were doing well. And then his wife was murdered.
Oh!
From here, things get really dark. Hearing this story, I understand why Nick Cave is from Australia. This really is a land peopled entirely by criminals. Except that I don't want to create a false impression of Australia here. I've never been, but I do know that really it's extremely safe, at least crime-wise. The spiders, the heat, the drop bears, and being king hit by a dude named Dane in a Bintang singlet will definitely kill you. But people, by and large, won't. In the 1970s, same as now, there were vanishingly few murders in Australia. The strongest evidence I know that antisocial behavior isn't heritable is the fact that today, Australia, a nation founded by convicts, is one of the most peaceful places on Earth. Specifically in the state of Victoria, where Melbourne is, only a few people committed more than one murder throughout the 70s, and almost all of those people had ties to a guy named Barry Quinn. The nickname of Australia's Charles Manson is one that Quinn may have invented himself, and one that he definitely leaned into. He was crazy, but not Manson type crazy. He was not a cult leader. He didn't have any strong beliefs, crazy or otherwise. What he had was a strange sort of criminal charisma, and like Manson, he was responsible for many murders, but probably never killed anyone himself. Around 1974, Quinn lived in St. Kilda, a seedy coastal neighborhood of Melbourne that had once been home to the city's theaters and high-end resorts, and had since become Australia's premier red light district. He had stars tattooed on each of his cheeks in imitation of the cross that Manson carved into his forehead, which he later turned into a swastika, and tattooed love and hate across his knuckles, Night of the Hunter style. Quinn lived with his girlfriend, Cheryl Gardner, and his mistress, 17-year-old Ivanka Jugum. Quinn spent most of his time robbing people at gunpoint for insultingly low amounts of money with a few droog-like male friends. Gardner and Jugum knew all about Quinn's adventures and about each other, and he knew they knew. In March 1974, Quinn and an unidentified friend robbed a motel, leaving the 2 people on duty shot in the head. Coincidentally, they too were Yugoslav immigrants. Quinn and his accomplice made off with about 60 Australian dollars, which today would be worth about 600 Australian dollars or 370 US dollars, a staggeringly low sum to be considered worth 2 lives. It's now believed that Quinn's accomplice, who may have been a small-time criminal named Robert Norman West, was the one who pulled the trigger, and West snitched on Quinn. Either way, Quinn was sentenced to death for the crime, with the police reading out an elaborate and improbable verbal confession. The very next year, the state of Victoria abolished the death penalty, and Quinn's sentence was commuted to life. Barry Quinn never left Eve Jugum's thoughts, even years later when she was married to Jack Carlson. Despite their lives up to this point, Jack and Eve seemed to have a fairly wholesome domestic life together in the late 70s, living in a little resort town on a lake north of Brisbane. Sometimes, Jack's old prison and/or theater friends would come over and Eve would cook for them. And then Barry Quinn came back into their lives. Jack and Eve's daughter Heidi believes the man who killed her mother was one Paul Haig, a man who can really only be described as a cold, psychotic serial killer. In 1978, Haig probably hadn't committed any murders yet, although he had been in and out of jail for various crimes since he was old enough to stand trial. He made his way to St. Kilda in Melbourne, the center of all Australia's criminal underworld by then, where he met Barry Quinn's ex, Cheryl Gardner. She was living with another man then, but she clearly still had eyes only for Quinn. And Haig only had eyes for Cheryl Gardner. It's serial killer love triangle time. Haig confessed his love for Gardner and said he would do anything for her. She said she wanted to break Quinn out of jail, claiming to Haig that it was for his sake and not hers. She said she just wanted Quinn to live a quiet life somewhere out in Western Australia, and insisted that she didn't have feelings for him anymore. But in order to break Quinn out, Haig first had to impress him enough that the word would reach Quinn on the inside. And impress him he sure did. The first few murders Haig committed were clearly attempts at mimicking Quinn's MO, blowing away random service workers in what police would see as a robbery gone wrong, but was really just an excuse to kill some people. Haig claimed it was to get money that would help break Quinn out of jail, but these stick-ups never netted much money. This wasn't the first horrific crime motivated by getting Quinn out. In 1977, one Ted Eastwood had taken the entire student body of a rural one-room schoolhouse hostage, demanding money, drugs, and the release of Barry Quinn. The hostages escaped and everyone survived unscathed. Quinn clearly cast a strange spell over Australia's criminal underworld. Ultimately, though, it wasn't Haig who would get Quinn out of jail. It was Eve and Jack Carlson, working with Robert Wright, one of Haig's former partners in crime from his early years. As befitting a Jack Carlson escape, the plan was elaborate and unusual. They managed to smuggle in, quote, some stuff, never explained what, that would allow Quinn to fake symptoms of hepatitis. Eve still seemed to be in love with Quinn too at this point, and now Cheryl Gardner hated her. I'm even deliberately leaving out other characters in Dappin's book because they have their own wild stories that aren't too relevant to the main thread. Read the book to learn who Mr. Rent-A-Kill is, for example. The book is literally like this, except that most people involved are horrible, bloodthirsty criminals. Here's a simplified version I drew up of the respective social networks of the succulent...
Okay, so Jack Carlson is Democracy Manifest, who is married to Eve Carlson, who used to love, or maybe still loves, Australia's Manson, who is loved by Cheryl Gardner, who is loved by Paul Haig. Paul Haig loves Cheryl Gardner, who hates Eve Carlson. These two are married. She hates her, but she doesn't hate her. I think she still likes him.
Chinese meal guy Jack Carlson and the Australian Charles Manson, Barry Quinn, in late 1970s Australia. Somehow, Quinn successfully convinced the prison guards he had hepatitis and was whisked away to a hospital. Eve Carlson came in claiming to be Quinn's girlfriend who had the right to a conjugal visit, and behind a privacy curtain she stuffed Quinn out the window of the hospital and into the trunk of another accomplice's car. Quinn and Eve camped out for weeks by a lake in the bush, occasionally visited by his friends in the criminal underworld. Carlson was beginning to wonder where his wife was. He headed down to Melbourne to find her. One evening, he was walking down the street in St. Kilda when he got shot in the leg out of a passing car. The wound wasn't life-threatening, nor even leg-threatening, but he suspected Barry Quinn's goons were behind it. Carlson was still wanted in the state of Victoria for crimes back around the time of his not-so-daring island prison escape, so he initially didn't go to the police about the shooting. Now, Carlson didn't really mind the prospect of his wife camping out in the bush, probably fucking her ex, the Australian Charles Manson. By this point, Eve and Jack Carlson were still friends and still stuck up for each other, but the romantic and sexual spark had gone out of their relationship, and they were fine with that. Jack and his old jailhouse theater friends were raising Jack and Eve's 2 kids, one of whom he named after Jim McNeil. I've heard of pamphlets handed out in gang-heavy neighborhoods in LA that say, if you go to jail, will the gang raise your kids? And despite how utterly psychopathic many of the men in this story were, the answer in this 70s Aussie criminal demimonde seems to be yes. Heidi and Jim McNeil Carlson, as far as I can tell, grew up into fairly ordinary middle-aged Aussies, a regular Bruce and Sheila. Neither Jack nor Eve spent much time in jail after they got married, but they were regularly off on adventures with other crims, and in the meantime it seems like Jim McNeil Sr. and co. raised Heidi and Jim McNeil Carlson just fine. But after a while, Carlson began to realize that this wasn't some lost weekend after which Eve would come back to him. Eve was actually missing. Quinn was caught after 69 days on the run and pleaded guilty since he knew he had no chance at anything lighter than a life sentence, but Eve was nowhere to be found.
Bye.
Jack had to get the cops involved. Lynn Bowles, another member of this web of lowlifes, led police to the site of where Barry Quinn and Eve Carlson / Ivanka Jugum had camped. They found human remains and a ring that Ivanka's mother identified as hers. Astoundingly, as if this was a cheap cop show or a detective board game, they were able to date the murder exactly by finding a blood-stained copy of the November 16th, 1978 issue of the Melbourne Herald. Why did Eve die? And who pulled the trigger? We don't fully know. Again, Heidi Carlson suspects that Paul Haig killed her, which makes sense. He probably knew where Quinn was camping out. He wanted to impress Cheryl Gardner. He was perfectly willing to kill people to impress Cheryl Gardner, and Cheryl Gardner hated Eve. Dappin doubts this, mainly because, just a few months later, Paul Haig killed Cheryl Gardner. Possibly because she knew too much about his other crimes. Years later, Barry Quinn himself confessed to killing Eve Carlson, but he never articulated a motive, somehow simultaneously claiming that they really loved each other up to the end, and nobody who knew him around this time believes him. What the other crims who are still around and willing to talk to Dappin said was that they suspected Gardner herself killed Eve, out of jealousy. In all, dozens of murders like this took place over 1978 and 79 in the state of Victoria. Today, none of them are believed to have been committed by Barry Quinn, but almost all of them were, in some way, committed because of Barry Quinn. Either way, understandably, this finally made Jack Carlson realize that this was not for him. He could live on his own without committing any major crimes from there on out, so he did. He went on the road with his kids Heidi and Jim, staying in various places across Australia for a few months at a time, not necessarily living 100% on the right side of the law. Heidi recalls him getting food for his little family by stealing and butchering a farmer's sheep, one sheep at a time, every week or so, while they were living out in the country at one point. He once decided, on the spur of the moment, to show young Jim how to crack a safe, demonstrating with one at a real estate agency while the employees were distracted. He never intended to steal anything from the safe, but he was, of course, arrested. This was possibly the first time Carlson tried the Democracy Manifest strategy, making a scene so that he would be received as a lunatic and sent to a mental hospital instead of jail. This time it was a lot ruder, and this time it worked. He egged on the cops into beating him with their nightsticks, and when he was being beaten, he unzipped his pants and began to whip it. Whip it good! Telling the cops to hit him harder, Daddy. Sure enough, Carlson was locked up in a mental institution, which is actually not what they should have done. It's one thing to be crazy, another thing to be kinky, but either way, it was easy to escape from, and that's what Carlson did, with the help of his children. Carlson was also a ladies' man. Heidi and Jim don't know how many half-siblings they have in total, and Carlson probably didn't either. There are probably some people out there in Australia who can quote Democracy Manifest by heart, but have no idea that guy is their dad. He was almost 50 years old when he had the most important succulent Chinese meal of his life. Clearly he thought he was done being arrested, and it was not an arrest that ended up being related to his many escapes from the law. He truly didn't know what the charge was, and probably was surprised and relieved when he realized it really was a case of mistaken identity. It was also, most likely, the last of possibly hundreds of times he got arrested. Carlson's wild criminal past doesn't really have much to do with the legendary arrest in 1991. It was just his suspicious use of multiple names that got him arrested, and his flair for the theatrical that made him a star, both of which are part and parcel of who Jack Carlson was, but didn't necessarily connect to the fact that back in the 70s, he was friends with the most famous prison playwright in Australia and possibly the world, and might even have ghostwritten his plays, and rubbed shoulders with some of the foulest people to ever walk Australia's red dirt. Ultimately, this is less of a criminal rabbit hole and more an expression of the time-honored truth that all Australians know each other. Also, Carlson was a Nazi. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about this. Really, I'm sorry. It seems to be an annoyingly common theme in these episodes, you know? Here's someone who had a fun, wacky life. Maybe they did some bad stuff, but ultimately they were living the dream. Also, by the way, they were a fucking Nazi. Here's a lesbian cult from 1980s Ireland who had a fun, weird King Victoriana world that they pretended to live in. Also, they were Nazis. Here's a smooth-talking quack doctor who implanted goat testicles into humans, ran for governor of Kansas and won, but had the election stolen from him, and basically invented the concept of country music as we know it while he was at it. Also, he was probably a Nazi sympathizer. I hate not being able to celebrate/fetishize funny historical figures who were probably also bad people in other ways. And, honestly, Jack Carlson seems to have been into Nazis in the same way John Brinkley was, as a vibe, rather than an endorsement of their atrocities. John Brinkley had a pool tiled in swastikas, but supported FDR when it came down to it. Jack Carlson once threw a party at his house to commemorate Hitler's birthday, regularly used German-sounding false names, and taught himself German while he was in prison. That's why he was nicknamed the Hun, and had a tendency to just say Heil Hitler to mean something like hell yeah, or let's go. But was willing to tell his life story to a Jewish journalist, Mark Dappin, when it came down to it. It's popular to portray having anything resembling fascist sympathies as the worst crime imaginable. And yeah, if you have a friend who's a Nazi, he's probably the worst person you know. But Jack Carlson hung out with people who had murdered kids for the hell of it, and I honestly think it's worse to kill without any kind of motivating ideology.
Annihilator 500, thanks for the follow.
Carlson's worst crimes were a bunch of Looney Tunes-ass escapes. He may have been the most innocent person in his social circles. Carlson died in August 2024, having had his face known across the internet for almost the last 2 decades of his life, but only receiving
calling him a
credit
Nazi
for it
seems
in his
kind
final
of
year. The Chinese restaurant where he was arrested
intense.
still exists at a new location. It's
Maybe
reasonably
he's
well
unfunny,
reviewed.
but
Many of its reviews subtly include the word succulent. I'll never see this video the same way again, and that's too bad. But now you know what the charge was. Ta-ta and farewell.
Okay, bye. He foreshadowed 14-year-old Zoomer humor. Evidently. I feel like being an annoying old man and being a Nazi are two completely different things. This is on my recommended. I don't even know what it's about, but I'm gonna watch it. Content warning. Uh-oh. Suicide. Please do not commit suicide. Oh, it's not. It's muted. That guy's like the least annoying Redditor.
Has never shied away from sensitive, controversial, and taboo topics. It may not necessarily be fit for mainstream consumption, but there are many artists who instead use their music as an art.
Is that Joey? Is that Joey the anime man?
Consumption, but there are many artists who instead use their music as an art medium to challenge the norm, both thematically and sonically. An art medium to challenge the norm, both.
Oh my god, it is. That is absolutely him. Yeah, that's him. That Australian accent seems oddly familiar. That's pretty funny, yeah. Okay, well, let's see if he has anything interesting to say here.
Sonically. But then, naturally, the question needs to be asked, how much of this is actually genuine? I mean, anybody can write lyrics and songs revolving around these sensitive and challenging topics, but it's also very easy to fabricate the whole thing, to use it purely as an aesthetic, to either stand out from the crowd or even try to act a little edgy for attention. Thinking back, I remember the sheer amount of post-hardcore and metalcore bands that permeated the 2000s that constantly gave off this edgy demeanor in its lyrics and sounds, which inadvertently inspired an entire generation of edgy, nihilistic teenagers who sometimes came to these extreme conclusions about
You're very welcome, Cole.
or even
Thank you very
suicide.
much for
Not
everything
to say
today.
that those feelings aren't valid, of course, but I think sensitive topics like this aren't topics that necessarily warrant a headbang or a passing of the aux cord in your friend's car on the way to school. If anything, they deserve a lot more care and attention put towards it, especially if those feelings are, in fact, genuine and are real concerns that come from the artist creating the art around it. And sometimes the art that is created around these dark feelings aren't going to be the prettiest. They're going to be disturbing and dark, distorted and warped. A sound that many will qualify as perhaps not being music at all. That's when I came across one artist who released some of the most dark, twisted, and disturbing music out there. A sound that many have even described as a disturbing look into the mind of a homicidal maniac.
I hate this editing. Why do they keep putting words on the screen? Stop it!
Disturbing look into the mind of a homicidal maniac. This is A-Track's Morgue, the man who was killed by his own music. A-Track's Morgue, real name Marco Corbelli, was born in 1970 in the small town of Sassuolo, Italy. An avid music lover from a young age, he discovered the world of more experimental legs of music at the age of 20, after expressing his growing disinterest in standard soundscapes, wanting to instead explore sounds that ventured beyond music. This is when he discovered White House, an English noise group commonly associated with pioneering the power electronics subgenre of noise music, using mixtures of static, screeching feedback loops, and high-frequency squealing sounds with analog synthesizers and occasionally distorted and warped screams and screeching vocals. As the name might suggest, it's like if someone took a bunch of rusty power tools and malfunctioning machines and put a clipping microphone up towards it and called that music. This harsh soundscape greatly inspired Corbelli, alongside other noise and power electronic acts like Sodality, Sigillum S, Genocide Organ Organum, Current 93, and Coil, and eventually led to create his first demo in 1992 called In Search of Death under the new moniker A-Track's Morgue. So I'm going to be very upfront and honest here. I gave this demo album and several other albums by A-Track's Morgue a good old college try in order for me to properly write this video, and I didn't enjoy a single moment of it. While I do have an appreciation towards these soundscapes as a piece of abstract art, I personally have never really been an avid fan or active listener of noise music. It's a pretty tall entry point for any music enjoyer, both casual and experienced, and I'm not going to sit here and lie to you all and say, actually, this stuff is really good and you just don't get it, or you don't understand, it's supposed to sound bad. But like any compelling piece of art, if done correctly, it is able to evoke an emotion out of the one experiencing said art, and in my case, the emotion I felt while listening to A-Track's Morgue was that of a complicated concoction. Just going off the first In Search of Death demo tape, I felt a sense of emptiness and melancholy on more low-key tracks like Lonely, with its thumping cannon-like bass hits pounding under a distorted and warped siren-like announcement, frantically rattling off a bunch of gibberish. fading in and out of existence, like the soundtrack to a really bad dream. But then this sad feeling very quickly turns into a feeling of pure disgust and genuine fright, with noisier and darker tracks like the controversially titled Time, with its distorted and warped dark ambient-esque synthesizer
Dead ass what it's
waves
called. That's so
bending
fucking
up
dumb.
and down, over and over and over again, as the terrifying distant screams of anguish from Corbelli can be heard echoing in the background. It's like the soundtrack to one of the most vile, stomach-churning crime scenes you could ever come across. It's this
Junko?
flip-flopping between the quiet somberness of these dark ambient tracks and the vile putridity of these power electronic tracks that, upon listening to it all the way through, makes me feel like I'm slowly losing my mind, and at the same time makes me deeply fascinated in the mind of the one who made such project. And this feeling
I just want to
doesn't
know why
get
he
any
died.
less nauseating, especially as you dive further and further into the 8-Tracks Morgue discography, with albums like The Experience, Wound, Cut My Throat, and Paranoia, adding further to the narrative of the deeply tormented and twisted mind that Corbelli tried so hard to release out of his system through these vile and hideous soundscapes. On later albums, he incorporates his own vocals, although I use that word very loosely, by basically screaming into the microphone or desperately whispering into it from an extremely close distance and volume that what he's saying sounds almost incomprehensible. And it's these vocal tracks that I think disturb me the most and gave me not only the most visceral reaction upon first listen, but also made me understand Corbelli's mind the best through 8-Tracks Morgue's music. On the track Something Bad, Corbelli screams out in this painful, agonizing voice, like a mental patient crying out for help in a psych ward. Something has happened, something bad. Ask the psychiatrist about your mental condition, repeating it over and over and over again as a dizzying wall. You're disturbed. 8-Tracks robustus, the scientific name for the Sydney funnel web spider, one of the most venomous, juicing, and genuinely terrifying pieces of noise music. My answer to this question is these try to evoke to its listeners. Are the words he painfully difficult to say for certain, but one thing is certainly clear. It didn't end well for Corbelli. On the 6th of May 2007, at the age of 37, Marco Corbelli hung himself, ending a short, quiet career and an even shorter, quieter life. With the sheer lack of interviews or insight into his personal life, we may never know what the true intentions of Marco Corbelli and 8-Tracks Morgue's music was, and the only way we can get close to understanding it all.
Never mind. How did the music hang him? I don't know, man. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know. I'm too distracted by the fact that it's Joey speaking. Music killed my grandma. I'm too distracted by the fact that it's Joey speaking, and like literally every fucking word that he says is on the screen, and then he threw a fucking 17-year-old murder victim in the middle of it for no reason, even though, as far as I know, Junko was not referenced in the material itself at all. Fucking, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. 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 We're gonna watch the psychiatrist guy again. It's him. It's our guy. It's our best friend, Andrew. It's our best friend, Andrew. Everybody say hi, Andrew. Hi, Andrew Vandervaart, MD, PhD.
Keep hearing that DNA cleared the Ramseys in the case of JonBenet Ramsey, right? They were actually completely exonerated years ago by DNA, the gold standard.
Also, I think that you guys should follow him here on YouTube. You should give him a little subscribble. It's free on YouTube, so you should go and give him a little subscribble.
Right? Wrong.
Wrong.
We're going to talk about why. But first, I have to say...
Also, this video is about JonBenet Ramsey, which I always found very interesting, this case.
To keep thinking about the JonBenet Ramsey case, all right? I don't wake up every morning racking my brain about the Ramsey family, and it's not like I wake up every morning and the first thing I think about is the Ramseys and what really happened that Christmas night in 1996. But it's like it just keeps coming up. It's like this case will not let me move on, which is what I actually want. And yet it keeps assaulting my mind with these new claims every few years. Most recently, this is thanks to Joe Berlinger, who directed a documentary.
He was going to say Joe Biden.
Cold Case: Who Killed JonBenet Ramsey. Now, full disclosure, I only made it through half of the docuseries before becoming so revolted by Berlinger's utter disregard for telling the whole truth that I had to stop and just talk about it instead. And so what we're going to talk about is just one example of the partial narrative today, which is the way the DNA evidence was presented. It was presented as the finale of episode 1 of Berlinger's docuseries, as if it were this bombshell reveal, all right? As the narrative goes, there was actually DNA collected from the JonBenet crime scene, and it was run back in 1997 that would have exonerated the Ramsey family all the way back then, if only the nefarious Boulder Police Department would have just admitted that they were barking up the wrong tree. Right, Joe? It's always those
sounds so mad.
Local police departments, isn't it? And certainly, look, when we think of DNA, we think of it as this smoking gun, these cellular fingerprints that could have only been left by a single individual, with the probability of a match indicating a 1 in billion chance of having found your perpetrator, depending on how complete the sequencing of base pairs is. But it's an exact science, right? However, no such certainty exists in this case because the DNA collected was touch DNA and not any kind of known sample of human tissue or body fluid. But it's certainly not the first time such extravagant claims were made from touch DNA, nor will it be the last time. Here's an example from one of these news stories that comes up every once in a while. This is from 2016, about how there's going to be new DNA testing, as if there's suddenly been bodily fluids found, right? This is all from swabs. And then let's recount one of these earlier events. It was 2008 when the Boulder District Attorney at that time, Mary Lacey, officially cleared JonBenet's family, Patsy, John, and Burke, based on this DNA testing she received, right? It's got to be exonerating. It's DNA, and it's not them. So the DA wrote this letter, possibly politically motivated, possibly courting public opinion at that time, who knows, but wrote this letter based on an unknown male's DNA being found on JonBenet's underwear and long john, supporting the intruder theory, therefore eliminating the Ramseys as suspects, she said. But the DNA evidence that she reviewed, which was obtained exclusively by KUSA and the Boulder Daily Camera, that's their newspaper, their journalists, along with reports from the private lab, did not support her conclusion, according to forensic experts who examined the materials for news outlets. Right, so her letter said it's a match of male DNA on 2 separate items. However, then you have this investigative reporter for KUSA saying, well, this team of experts said, this is not a single unidentified male. This is likely a mixture of multiple people, right? The assertion was, based on this testing, there's no way to know for sure that this DNA got there during the killing, belonged to a single killer, or even belonged to a single person. It was just a mishmash of nucleic acids, okay? The lab said the same thing as this investigative journalist who talked to some forensics experts. But, there may be another round of tests, right? And it's not because there's new evidence. It's because there's new statistical methods to deconvolute the noise and things like that. That's what it would be at this point. There's new ways to amplify a tiny amount of sample, okay? So, after I graduated college and before I started my MD PhD program, I actually worked as a lab technician for a few years in a human molecular genetics lab, where my
That's so
main
fucking
tasks
cool.
day to day included extracting DNA from whole blood and running PCR-based genotyping.
Dude, I want to
on
interview
that
this
DNA
guy.
that
I want to talk to
extracted.
this guy.
So I have some real hands-on experience with these methods, in addition to kind of theoretical knowledge about the nature of DNA. Of course, the genetic studies I've been involved in, including when I was the tech handling the actual samples, have been for things like identifying genetic risk polymorphisms associated with things like nicotine dependence or schizophrenia among samples of patients versus controls. But the basic methodology is the same in forensic cases, right? You're extracting DNA from a sample and you're genotyping it, which means determining which nucleotide a person has at some particular spot in the genetic sequence, and doing that at a bunch of spots enough to where you have a very high estimate of probability of match. So I do want to go further into why there is a big difference between genotyping a known sample and touch DNA, and why touch DNA should really only be used to confirm or rule in a suspect who you are trying to place at a particular location. Okay? If DNA markers matching your suspect are at the location you suspected him to be, but didn't have evidence of that part, that's good evidence, right? However, this idea that the identification of some unknown DNA that was collected from some surface by a swab, the idea that that would rule anybody out, to me, is worthless evidence. So again, I want to explain why this is the case, because I don't like the idea that you should just trust the experts based on them saying something is true and not based on them being able to explain why something is true. Like if someone says you should believe this and you ask why, and they say because the experts believe it, that's such a corruption of the idea of what experts are. If a supposed expert tells you something is true, but they can't tell you why, they can't explain why it's true, that person is not an expert. The whole point of being an expert is that you can explain why something is the case. It's not just, I have this credential, therefore you have to believe me. No, being an actual expert means you have such a foundational understanding of something that you can explain it in comprehensible terms to the uninitiated. Doctor in Latin means teacher, right? So if you have a doctorate, you better be able to teach that thing to me, or else I'll expose these experts that can't explain why they believe things. I'll expose them all like Socrates would, right? And look, I'm not even saying that I'm some leading expert on DNA, but I think I understand it sufficiently to explain it and to make the case here. But if there are people more expert than I am on this topic and they disagree with my case here, then they should be able to explain why this DNA evidence actually does clear the Ramseys, if that's the case, and I'm happy to listen, all right? I'm happy to learn. If you have a rationale as to why this touch DNA clears them, let me know. I'm open. So first, let's just do a basic review of the night JonBenet Ramsey died. So it's the night of December 25th, 1996, and the Ramsey family, that is John and Patsy and their 6-year-old daughter JonBenet and their son Burke, who was a few days from turning 10, celebrated Christmas in their Boulder, Colorado home. The evening was filled with festive activities, including a family dinner and visits with friends. That night, the family went to bed. JonBenet was put to bed in her own room after a long day of excitement. The household then settled into quiet with no immediate signs of distress or disturbance. In the morning of December 26, Patsy Ramsey awoke to start the day. It was around 5:30 a.m. when she descended the spiral staircase in the back of the house near the kitchen. And on the staircase, she encountered a handwritten note. This note was a
Sorry. My mom walked in.
Ransom letter spanning 2.5 handwritten pages claiming that JonBenet had been kidnapped by a, quote, small foreign faction. The kidnappers demanded $118,000 for her safe return, a figure that would coincidentally match John Ramsey's recent bonus from his work. Patsy panicked and rushed to check JonBenet's room and found it empty. At 5:52 a.m., she called 911 to report her daughter missing and the discovery of the ransom note. So despite the note warning not to contact the authorities, the police were involved immediately as soon as the 911 dispatcher heard about this, which, you know, what else can you do in this case, right? Officers from the Boulder Police Department arrived shortly after, beginning an investigation into what was thus far considered a kidnapping. Friends and family members were also contacted and arrived at the house to support the Ramseys, unintentionally adding to the number of people inside the potential crime scene. The police conducted a cursory search of the house but found no signs of forced entry or immediate clues to JonBenet's whereabouts. The ransom note was examined, and its lengthy and unusual nature, like the fact that it had been written in the house on one of the Ramseys' notepads, all raised some suspicions. As the day progressed, Detective Linda Arndt suggested that John Ramsey and family friend Fleet White search the house again for anything unusual. Around 1 p.m., John and Fleet headed to the basement, an area that had not been thoroughly searched, and in a small utility room, John discovered his daughter's body. She was found lying on the floor with her hands tied above her head, duct tape over her mouth, and a ligature around her neck. In shock, John immediately picked up his daughter and carried her upstairs. Paramedics were called, but it was clear that JonBenet was deceased. Ultimately, the cause of death would be determined to be blunt force trauma to the head with a skull fracture with a concurrent asphyxiation due to strangulation. So the investigation, of course, goes then from kidnapping to a homicide. And to be sure, the crime scene could have been kept much more secure, much more free of potential contamination, but it wasn't. And if you think that factor, the improperly rigorous protocols, the lack of sterile field, if you will, is the primary reason this case is unsolved, you are certainly entitled to that opinion. I myself tend to think that good detective work does not actually require absolute sterility or for things to be done perfectly in an imperfect world, because, you know, I do believe many cases were successfully cracked even in the days before latex gloves and autoclaves and DNA. But in the age of forensic files, it seems like juries all but demand forensic evidence and downplay things like deductive reasoning or even common sense, perhaps. But so in this case, the Ramsey case, all of the DNA collection was taken via cotton swabs or other fabric-based sources. So from swabbing under JonBenet's fingernails and from her underwear or long johns, including some tiny specks or spots that may have been dried blood or saliva. May have been, right? But they were dried. So then the cotton swab or the piece of fabric, if you're just doing a clothing cutout, is put into a lysis buffer to dissolve out any cellular material, which would include DNA. And then this potential DNA is amplified via DNA replication until you have enough DNA to test for markers that would vary between individuals. And again, this is completely different from starting with a actual known body fluid like...
Hello, hi, Nerdsmith Gumbo. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Atlas Anarchy. We are watching a documentary about, well, not a documentary, more like a dissertation about JonBenet Ramsey, and I am also drawing at the same time. I hope that you had a lovely stream.
Like whole blood or semen if you're a detective investigating a rape, or getting the coffee cup out of the trash from the person of interest you've been following so that you...
What? A VTuber with a female model that is actually a girl? What? What are we drawing? We're drawing one of my OCs. Earlier we were drawing boobs. Nice. What is bro yapping about? I have no idea. I got no clue.
Boobies.
Boobies. Ugh. Luca Madupla, thank you so much for the fucking follow.
And get the actual saliva from the little coffee cup drinking hole and send that fluid directly to be processed. In all of those
Degum
cases, you're
Dabbles,
taking
thanks for the
tissue. Hair is
follow.
not the case. You're taking tissue that has cells in it. So it's not just whatever potential skin cells were sloughed off and embedded into a fabric over the course of the fabric's life. It's DNA in large quantity of an individual who deposited fluid or hair. That's what defines a tissue sample versus touch DNA, okay? And there are reasons, which we'll get into, as to why detectives and prosecutors very rarely use touch DNA or find it useful in their prosecution, whereas high-paid defense attorneys love touch DNA, as do the experts who get paid to talk about it, right? And there's a reason that if I were a member of the Ramsey family and I were trying to cover something up in this case, which I'm certainly not saying is true, but if I were, I would 100% be supporting every effort to keep analyzing whatever touch DNA has been collected. Why? Because of course my own DNA is going to be everywhere in that house, and
the effect on the choker actually spreads to the rest of the model. If I stay still here for a second. It all has that jittery look, including the mouth. Yeah, it's hard to see from further away, but it's there. There you go.
So could naturally be transferred to JonBenet or her clothing via just touch transfer, right? So even if some expert from some prosecuting team finds that in that touch DNA, I, as a Ramsey, am one of the contributors to a mixed DNA profile, well, I would say, yeah, of course my DNA is part of it because I'm in that house. I live in that house. Of course my DNA is everywhere. But what about that other part of the mixed sample? That's not me, right? So it basically means any amount of contamination or artifact in the DNA sample will appear to clear me because circumstantially I was, of course, in and around the crime scene, my house, whereas any foreign unknown DNA should not have been there circumstantially, right? So in a way, it could only help. If I'm a Ramsey, touch DNA analysis could only help. It's not going to indict me. It's going to make it seem like someone else was there, whatever part is distinct from me, right? Now, to really get into the functional differences between taking DNA from a whole body fluid or tissue versus using touch DNA methods, I want to use an analogy here, okay? So let's say you have a machine. You've got a machine over here, and this machine analyzes liquids. It analyzes the molecular constituents of any drink, and it can identify any drinkable beverage from these molecular signatures, okay? Now, let's say you have a cup, all right? It's a cup that you normally just keep on your kitchen counter and reuse for your various drinks throughout the day. And let's say the main things you drink out of this cup are Tang, Kool-Aid, or a pre-workout drink you have every morning, all right? So Tang, Kool-Aid, or, as in this case, pre-workout powder. Now look, I am not actually sponsored by Jacked Factory that makes Nitro Surge, but, you know, Jacked Factory, I don't have any sponsors. If you're interested, I mean, this is the kind of content, I'm using this analogy where this liquid here is going to be like the whole tissue, all right? This is whole tissue. So with my analyzer machine, let's say I wanted to know what was in this cup, and I have anterograde amnesia, so I can't remember that I put pre-workout in here, so I need to test it in my machine. In this case, I could just take a full spoonful, right? I could take
Only a spoonful
and put it in my machine. So bloop, 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 bloop. It does its little does its little analysis. Guess what? It analyzed the molecules in this drink, and 99.99999% match. It's pre-workout. Great. The drink was pre-workout. But now let's say it's the next day and the cup is empty. You either finished it or you dumped the rest out, okay, because you didn't like it. Sorry, Jacked Factory. And you can't remember whether the last thing you drank was Tang or Kool-Aid or pre-workout powder. All you know is it's empty and it looks dry in there, but you really want to know what that last liquid you drank was, right? So what you have to do is scrape the sides. You scrape out the sides with a razor or something, albeit you're going to get some plastics in your scrapings, in these shavings you collect. They'll be plastic, but you know some fluid particulate is probably embedded into the plastic. It's in there somehow. And so we're going to take these plastic shavings, we're going to dissolve them, and then we're going to throw a little chemical in there that recognizes fluid particulate particles. And then anywhere where this chemical binds the particulate particles, we'll replicate them times about 1 million. All right, because without doing that, you see, without doing that, the little particulate matter we just dissolved from the plastic shavings, it's not enough for our machine. You need about 1 million cloning steps, but it's not perfect. All right, it works well, but every once in a while, one of the replicants will have a mutation, and then that mutant particulate particle will also keep getting replicated, right? Because we just have to do this replication so many times. So, you know, let's just hope it's not enough errors to make a difference, right? Now that we've amplified it, we'll put our touch DNA type sample into our machine from our empty cup. And, well, let's see. What does our machine say? Guess what? It looks like the last liquid you drank was an unknown liquid. It's not Tang, it's not Kool-Aid, it's not pre-workout, but it does have elements of all of these. You know, it has certain markers that overlap with all three. Because you see, in actual fact, each of these 3 powders was embedded in the wall of the plastic because you hadn't been washing it, you sicko. You've just been reusing it. So what that would be is akin to a mixed DNA profile, right?
Oh my God, this guy makes me feel so smart for understanding concepts like this when he explains them in that way. I feel like I'm sitting in the classroom with the cool teacher that you actually learn shit with. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
While there are technically ways to try
might
to
have given him too big of a
individual
chest. No
DNA
such thing.
Contributors from a mixed profile, it's surprisingly complicated, and even different
real ones remember the bunny
will
image.
Disagree on how to do it or what the deconvoluted result should be. And this is because human beings themselves are mixed. If you're just looking at
that must mean he's an expert.
Sites along the
Seems
genome,
so.
Sites of potential variation in the sequence, where humans are known to have either a common variant or a rare variant, let's say. Let's simplify it. Let's simplify it and say you're looking at 3 sites along the genome, and at each of these sites along the human genome, there's either a common marker or a rare marker. In your touch DNA sample, you see that at all 3 of these sites, there's a 50-50 mix between common and rare. But of course, each human being has 2 sets of each chromosome. So it could be that your sample is from just one person that is heterozygous, has 1 common and 1 rare marker at each of those 3 sites. Or how would you know if in fact you had DNA from 2 people and one of them had 2 rare markers at all 3 of those sites and the other one had 2 common markers at all 3 of those sites, right? So that's a microcosm of why it's difficult to separate out a mixed DNA profile. It could just be heterozygous. It could be a heterozygous person or multiple homozygous people, right? Homozygous or heterozygous at each of these potentially thousands of markers you're trying to look at. Now, why didn't that happen before? When I used the whole tissue, when I used the whole fluid, and I put a spoonful directly into our machine, why wasn't that also mixed? Because, of course, there was still the Tang and the Kool-Aid particles. There was still residue in the cup, so wouldn't this have been mixed? Well, of course, those other particles were negligible relative to the concentration of pre-workout in this spoonful, right? And our machine is all about separating the signal from the noise. So the signal in this spoonful is such a high peak, the signal has such a high peak relative to the noise peaks that the noise becomes essentially a flat line. You can just
Who is this guy? This is a guy that we have watched a couple of times on the streams. He is named. I thought I still had his channel copied. His name is. Where did he go? Where is his video? There it is. Andrew Vandervaart, MD, PhD. I guess Dr. Vandervaart. Yeah. And he goes through a lot of stuff, a lot of like internet stuff or just general crime and shit like that. Like he goes through a Turkey Tom video and analyzes what is said about Too Mad. What did we watch? We watched the Timothy Treadwell one yesterday, which was basically psychoanalyzing Timothy Treadwell, who was a guy that got mauled by a bear after liking bears too much. And I don't know. I really like this guy because he feels like a really good teacher. He feels like a really good expert.
Cut everything else out. Whereas when we scraped the dry cup, the concentration peak of even the most recent drink was essentially the same as all of the other recent drinks because it's such a low concentration. It's a floor effect, right? And so the signal and the noise have almost the same peaks. And so if you're trying to extract the signal, you end up extracting just the top of all of these different peaks.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. But look, we're still not even done with what could happen here. The other thing, remember when we scraped out this cup and we got this unknown liquid? The result from our machine was an unknown liquid was last in this cup. Well, turns out what you didn't know was that you have a roommate and your roommate drinks Country Time lemonade. You've never drank lemonade in your life. You hate the stuff. But your roommate, turns out he mixes his Country Time lemonade drink on that same kitchen counter every day, all right? And he's messy, and some of his powder actually ended up in your cup. And so our unknown liquid even has elements of this liquid you've never had before in your life. So that's basic contamination, right? And contamination can happen at the site itself. It could happen where the touch DNA is collected, or it could happen anywhere along the process. When it's bagged, when it's taken out of the bag.
It is a wild analogy, but it works so well.
Our liquid machine, for all I know, the little hole where I put the spoonful of liquid, it could have particulate still left over that someone didn't clean out, right? And look, that wouldn't have mattered. None of these things would have mattered if we had a high enough concentration of our initial sample. But the lower the concentration of our initial sample, the more these contaminants matter. So again, things like contamination from improper cleaning could be due to human error. They could be due to someone not using gloves when they should have used gloves. But they could also just be the inevitable things that are literally impossible to keep, single skin cells out of your sample. That may be impossible, right, to some extent. And it's just the kind of thing that wouldn't matter if your sample was a higher quantity. And there might be errors that are not human errors, that are just intrinsic to the chemical procedure you're doing, remember? Because, the other thing our machine could tell us is there's an entirely novel marker that's not part of either of my 3 drinks and not part of my roommates or your roommate's Country Time. There's an entirely novel series of markers in there, right? But the machine tells us, in fact, these are markers from a drink that hasn't even been invented yet, right? Now, why would that be? Well, because perhaps there was a de novo mutation during our process. Remember when we were cloning those few particles that we started with in the dry case? Those
I don't know how to pronounce that. My bad.
A million times. Each time they're cloned, there's a possibility, a small possibility of error, and that could lead to some entirely new molecule that then shows up in our results, right? And our machine says, hey, this is an unknown drink. And of course, replication errors happen in DNA replication. Those are mutations, right? A significant driving force in Darwinian evolution. And what we use to amplify DNA in the lab is the same polymerase enzyme that our bodies use to replicate DNA. So with enough replication cycles, errors are going to happen inevitably, as do mutations happen in the natural world. And remember, while touch DNA is not technically the same as low copy number DNA, it almost always is low copy number, because when you're relying on mere touch or swab of a site, you're going to start with a very low amount of genetic material, and the lower amount there is of genetic material, the more replication you have to do to get to a viable sample to test. And there's always some room for error, but it's not nearly as much when you're starting with a full sample compared to starting with this minuscule, almost negligible sample. Those errors are going to be exponential, right? If they happen early in the replication process, they're going to be exponentially replicated. That's the nature of replication. So again, there are these near infinite sources of error, contamination, or artifact that you can chase. If you decide that you just need to find a result regardless of the quality, you can basically keep amplifying noise until it gives you a signal. Plenty of people in science probably make a career out of this, amplifying a signal out of noise. The frightening thought, none of us want to be making a career out of chasing ghosts like that, but I think we all know it's probably happening. It's just not happening to us. It's probably happening to the other guy, you know? But so these infinite sources of contamination, when you're talking about negligible to minuscule amounts of organic matter, they might go all the way back to the manufacturer in some cases, okay? Like, to use our cup again, when our cup got made, maybe when they made it, there was liquids they had to use during the manufacturing, or there were liquids that they tested. They had to test the cup, make sure it works. So they put liquids, some drinks in it. And now when we're starting with this, what's embedded in the plastic, maybe we're going back as far as what drinks were used back then before it ever got to my house even, right? Now, is that actually possible? I don't know. I don't know how much about how much liquid actually gets embedded in plastic cups. I don't know if that's actually true at all, but I know it is possible with DNA, right? Why? Because DNA, while it is degradable, materially it is very stable. That is, DNA can persist for an incredibly long time. It has to, right? I mean, think about all of these genetic anthropology studies where scientists are genotyping mummies or animals from 1 million years ago to reconstruct the phylogenetic tree of life, right? They're using ancient DNA and getting signal from it, okay? You think if DNA from 1 million years ago can survive, you don't think some small amount of DNA from a textile worker would still potentially be embedded in a fabric? You know, because that fabric was manufactured 2 years ago. Now, the degradable part at the same time is that the quality of a DNA sample for the purposes of testing can definitely degrade. It can become so fragmented that the necessary fragmentation you're trying to do at these marker sites becomes inhibited by your fragments being too small. You can no longer cut where you want to and end up with reliable links. Instead, you just have a bunch of infinitesimally small fragments of DNA, and it makes reconstructing the sequence very difficult, right? So in terms of coming up with a reliable DNA assay for an individual, if the DNA is too degraded, that's going to be very difficult, right? So all that's to say, even if you had genetic material from the textile worker that made a fabric, if you tried to connect that DNA back to that textile worker, you may not even get a reliable match because it will be so degraded. So the materials will be there, but the sequence will not. So, all right, all of that is to say, the DNA evidence in this case, the JonBenet Ramsey case, should have this major caveat about touch DNA and what it means to use touch DNA. Why Joe Berlinger left this out, or why he is so dead set on showing only one side of this narrative, I do not know. I do know that the other side of the JonBenet narrative was certainly covered in a 2016 CBS documentary called The Case of JonBenet Ramsey, and that other side of the narrative is that the family was involved with the most likely scenario, as outlined by the expert panel in that CBS documentary, was that the parents, John and Patsy, were covering for Brother Burke after he killed JonBenet in a violent outburst. Okay, that's essentially what they reconstruct in that documentary, which admittedly is looking through a lens of that bias. But their take was that Burke struck JonBenet, presumably not intending to kill her, but intending to hit her over the head. There was a skull fracture that was fatal. The parents covered it up, right?
That's what I always thought happened.
The parents to cover it up would be to avoid losing yet another child, this time to the state, who could have taken Burke out of their custody due to such an incident, or at least presumably would have launched a CPS investigation or legal investigation into Burke that could have resulted in his removal and or detention in a facility. But after that documentary came out, Burke Ramsey, now an adult, sued CBS for defamation, and that case was settled out of court for an undisclosed amount. So could that have influenced Berlinger when he was making his Netflix documentary? This idea that, well, you could get sued if you tell a certain side of the narrative. Maybe. But I actually think it's more likely that it is just Joe Berlinger's bias to want to see the criminal justice system as inept, and that he seems to want to take any opportunity to undermine local police departments and detectives, local detectives. He seems to be friendlier towards, once you bring in the federal Secret Service, he trusts them, right? But not these podunk detectives. Joe Berlinger does not like them. No. So, what... I think
once this video ends, though, I'll switch to I'll head off for now. I'm tired. I had a really long day at work.
Extremely rigorous standards with the aid of 2020 hindsight, and yet I would ask, does he hold himself to the same standards of integrity when it comes to his collection and presentation?
How much longer is a video? Not very long. It's like 10 minutes.
Paradise Lost trilogy, for example,
6 minutes.
Entirely leaves out the fact that Jesse Miskelly Jr. actually gave multiple confessions implicating the West Memphis Three, including an interview 8 months after his so-called coerced confession on February 17th, 1994, with his lawyers, Jesse's lawyers, present and actively advising him not to do the interview, not to give the confession, and yet he did so anyways, saying, I want to because I want something to be done about this, okay? Read the transcript if you don't believe me, Jesse Miskelly, February 17th, 1994, and then tell me why Joe Berlinger left it out of his documentaries, out of the Paradise Lost trilogy, I guess it's because Jesse Miskelly Jr. is too mentally handicapped for Joe Berlinger to trust, okay? He doesn't take him seriously because Joe Berlinger doesn't believe people with learning disabilities or intellectual disabilities should even be listened to, right? That's what I take away. That's what I take away from it. All right, back to the Ramsey case. I get angry about these cases where there's an unsolved child murder. Call me crazy, but I get kind of worked up when it seems like someone might be getting away with child murder. Now, I'm not saying I know who it is, certainly not in the Ramsey case. I don't know who it is, but it's an emotional thing, isn't it? Even the Boulder DA office seems to be very polarized on the Ramsey question, right? Depending on who's presiding over the Boulder, Colorado DA's office, there is one of the two extreme interpretations is sort of the working model, right? The family or the intruder theory. The family theory or the intruder theory. It was Bob Grant, the former Adams County District Attorney, who was brought in to advise on this case in Boulder 8 years ago or so now, who said, the case will always be, in my mind, one where there are two likely scenarios. And to prove one, you have to disprove the other. And he said that without a viable confession, it is unlikely that there will be resolution in this case. And I essentially agree with that, except that where Bob Grant says it's between two likely scenarios, I would say it's actually between two unlikely scenarios, It's hard to believe either way. It's hard to believe that the family was involved, even if it was some kind of tragic accident, head injury that they sought to cover up by framing it as a kidnapping gone wrong by an intruder. It's hard to believe because of the garrote, especially, in my opinion. That to me,
thank you. I'm glad that I could make your weekends brighter.
That somehow this garrote would be used, whether during an initial assault by a family member or as an immediate cover-up. We don't know. We don't know the exact timing because it was close. It was contemporaneous with the head injury. But look, that the garrote to me is the hardest thing by far to explain within the family theory. All right. But there are many things I cannot conceive in this world. It is also inconceivable to me that an actual intruder and murderer would then take the time to stay in the house, write out this incredibly cheesy movie script like 2-page ransom note and then leave it gingerly back on the spiral staircase to await Patsy Ramsey in the morning. Why write a note at all? Why not, if you're the murderer, what are you trying to do, right? Much less, why write that kind of note? So it becomes a question of who's framing who. It's either the Ramseys framing an imaginary intruder, or it's actually an intruder who's framing the Ramseys. And yet, if it's an intruder framing the Ramseys, it's extremely sophisticated, because it would not just be making it look like they did it, it would be making it look like they did it and then tried to cover it up by trying to frame an intruder.
Winnie Melly,
right?
thank you
But
for the
that's only reason
follow.
I could fathom an actual
Welcome in,
intruder
Melly.
writing that ransom note is that he thought, you know, I'll make a note that will look like the type of note the Ramseys might write if they were trying to stage a ransom note based on
It's all
what they've
good.
seen in movies. I'll write a note on
I have
their
that
pad
happen
of
to me
paper,
sometimes too, where I'm
make
like,
it
oh my
look-
god, I'm such a
make it
big
look
fan,
like
and then I realize that I'm not following.
I'll make it say like what the Ramseys would say if they
OMG,
were
Goat is
trying to
following.
come up
True.
with the type of ransom note they imagine an intruder would write based on what they've seen in movies like Die Hard and stuff like that. You know, that's the small foreign faction. That makes me think of Die Hard. It's really bizarre. That's the problem. It's really bizarre. It's, as I say, impossible to feel any sense of satisfaction with this. So, look, I don't think I can talk about it anymore. I hope I hope this comes off as offering something into the open conversation and not just me being angry at Joe Berlinger, although it's probably fair to say it's both. But thank you all for watching.
You're welcome. Actually. Oh yeah, but hi Melly. I am just about to head off actually because I am sleepy tired. I've been streaming for a little while here. And I am quite exhausted.
going in there?
Quiet Twitch front page. Shush, 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 quiet. Let's see. Ooh. Thank you. I was, this is what I was doing to cool down. We were drawing a kitty earlier. This actually kind of turned out nice. I wasn't liking it as I was drawing it, but it looks very soft. Very soft. She looks very softable. She looks very squishable. Banui. Alrighty. Who do you guys want to raid today? You want to raid big or small? We going big or small today? I feel like we could really scare the shit out of a small person. Small? Okay, let's see. Let's look for somebody in the Oh, wait, I think I see a Q on here. Hold on. Whoa. Dude, look at that. Look at her. Oh, she's so cute. Oh, she's so adorable. Let's rate her. She's very, very cute. Okay. Let's just do our usual raid message so we don't scare the shit out of her. We'll give her a good scare, but don't forget to be very nice, okay? Let me make sure to mute this for now. Okay, well, I will see you guys next week. Thursday we will be going over Thursday we'll be looking at like really old art, and picking and choosing what we want to redraw. and yeah. Friday is going to be the cover drop and the front page stream. That Friday, we will be starting an hour later. Are we looking at Van Gogh next time? No, we're looking at my old art from when I was very young. Okay. Oh my god.
I appreciate it.
We're going to raid into a Black Butler song. Perfect. Okay, perfect. All right. For now, I will see you guys next week. Don't forget to show up. Don't forget to give me your Q&A questions. I don't care if you give me duplicates. It's all right. The mods will sort it out. Don't worry. Go and give Jinchi my love. She's very, very sweet, very, very cute. Be kind to her, okay? And more than anything, do not copy the Radless message. More than anything, let's scare the shit out of her. I hope that it doesn't. I hope that it goes well. All right. Well, I will see you guys next week. I hope you guys are excited for the front page stream. I'm shitting my pants a little bit, but besides that, it's all good. Woohoo! All right. Bye.